Yeah. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Feeling good, as I would say, in all types of ways. So, as I go through the maze of business and all the things I got to do, I'm giving thanks because I'm blessed that I'm here being able to pursue what I want to pursue. So, here we go. Getting with the flow so I can make sure everything is live. Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Another business task for another day. All right. So, wanted to go live yesterday, but I had to set up the Google Stitch connection to my project in VS Code, and I had never done that before. That took a lot longer than I thought it would. Um, Basically, AI was telling me it was going to take me about 15 minutes, and ended up taking me about 2 hours. But mostly that's because the LLMs were not very good at navigating through the Google site. What is it called? Google something. There's so many different Google sites. And I was even thinking Gemini, like if anything, Gemini should be able to like know exactly where everything is on that page, but nope. Nope, Gemini was really bad. It would like give me a list of things I need to do, and usually the first or second step that wouldn't be on that page or wouldn't be where it said it was, so I had to like walk through everything with it. Anyways, I ended up getting it hooked up. Just took way longer than I thought. So basically, if you were here last time, you would have seen that I went and used Stitch for the UI. So I'll show Stitch real quick. Like here's my Stitch, I guess like personal page. Let's see. Yeah, that's my Stitch personal page. So last time I picked, I believe it was this one. Yeah, I did a bunch of different designs. Kind of started with these like palette things, just for different colors and different fonts. Um, this was kind of the first one I did, and I was also testing out different names. Found a name that I thought was good, Provestin, like professional investing, but wasn't until after I bought the domain that I learned that that was like very, very similar name to some kind of big pharma drug. So that would have been a huge mistake because every time I even Googled Provestin, the drug name came up. That would have been really difficult to rank on SEO, not to mention just people getting confused. But anyways, that turned out being a good thing because after that, I started looking for new names and I found what I think is a way better name. So ended up going with Investapath. So when I did Investapath, changed the name, tried out some new designs. I really liked the blue and neon yellow, neon green. So like I was going with these, and then since I chose the name Investapath, so it's like Investapath to prosperity and Investapath to financial freedom, Investapath to your money working for you. I was like, yeah, this needs a path. This needs to be, the user is going on a journey, and the AI is going to be guiding them down the right path for them to learn how to invest and become financially free. So started trying out these different path designs. Um, So then I started trying some different, let's see, I gotta scroll out to go back. Yeah, those brought me down to here. And then I tried out maybe like 4 or 5 different sites, just a little bit, slightly different once I kind of had the style and everything locked in. And yeah, then I even went into Gemini and then copied and pasted it or took screenshots, posted them in Gemini, had Gemini do an analysis what they would think would work best. And I like this one the best, so did Gemini. It's got the path that people will be taking on the journey. It's got the math about how they'll be earning. It's got the AI coach just right there so you can stay aware and invest. So yeah, basically there's still a lot more to this. This is just like the design. And at first like I was thinking what I was supposed to do was, build out the UI first and then kind of put the design on top. But what I found the professional workflows is better to get the UI design first, and then everything you do will, as you're building it, be done in that style. So once I got done with this, I got a design MD file and a few other files that went with it. And originally the instructions were saying just give that design MD file to uh to Claude. But as I did more research, I find that just the design MD file is not going to be enough to get it like perfect to how I want it. So the best thing to do was to get a connection like an MCP API to Stitch. So that was for security reasons. I had to do that off the stream, API keys and stuff. It was just really difficult to navigate through the site on Google. And what Gemini was saying that it happens to a lot of solo founders because that site is made for like big corporations, and it's all kinds of permissions you have to change and just like way a ton of extra steps than I felt like was necessary. I feel like Google should design another version of that that's not just for corporations, but ended up getting it done. Even though it wasn't a lot of fun, I still won and I did it. So now, first order of the day is going to be setting up the business essentially landing page. And to do that, I got the .com. I bought that right away. Right after deciding on the name, I bought it. So I can use that, and I used it in Google Workspace to set up a professional business domain. So instead of like, and saying like investapath@gmail.com, it's the email that I'll be sending out will be, whether it's like HQ support, and then it'll be at investapath.com. So it's actually like a professional business. This is very important. A lot of people I know don't understand this. A lot of people will just use the, at gmail.com. And yeah, people are not going to take your business as serious when you do that. And essentially, for the long run, I mean, if you want to have a business that you expect to make a lot of money with, you want to set it up professional from the start. So basically, this is where I'm at right now, getting the domain set up so that I can use Claude to code a custom landing page. And yeah, I got a whole bunch of awesome things for today. The landing page is going to be the first thing that I'm vibe coding. So just making sure that it's not showing any kind of security information, and it looks like it is. So let's see. Just got to get through this. while it's, or just change it later. um, Basically, yeah, go to Google Workspace, go to domain setup. And yeah, I just did it for the first one. I'm going to do a few different emails for this. Um, Also, what it's saying is with Google Workspace, they try to charge you like, I think it's like $15, $16 a month. But apparently, like once I get the account set up, I should be able to go and downgrade to a plan that is more for like starting out. Cause I don't have like a ton of subscribers. I don't have any subscribers. I mean, this is a brand new business. If I had subscribers already, like a lot that I was transferring over, it would make sense to get the higher plan. But yeah, I mean, this is the way for many reasons. Just cost alone. When you're starting out with a new business, it's pretty unlikely that you're just going to get a huge rush of people signing up on the email list from the start. Usually, it kind of takes a while to build momentum. And basically, the way that this is all set up is there's a bunch of different providers. So it used to be, this is something that's changed a lot through the past few years. It used to be super easy to go get like a MailChimp account or there's a few like ConvertKit, MailChimp, a few other email service providers that you would want for a business. And used to be very easy to get a free account with these guys for free account for free. But yeah, nowadays, maybe the past couple years, they changed it and they made it so it's super difficult. So you can like get a free account still. It just is like they make it so it's like very difficult to navigate through the free account, and the features that you get are nothing like it used to be. So basically with the free account, it's going to be super difficult for you to set up like automated messages when people first join. That's going to be the main thing. You only get maybe like one or two. And then sending like a newsletter is going to be very difficult. So now they all want you to pay. So now it's going to be like, MailChimp is like $20 a month. ConvertKit, I would recommend, but that's like $40 a month. But what you can also do is just what I'm going to do is essentially vibe code your own landing page and then use, what was the service? Resend. So since I'm vibe coding my own landing page, I should be able to get the free plan, and then I can still send out the newsletters on here until I get 3,000 signups. Then I would want to switch to the $20 a month plan. But yeah, that's way better than starting with 20 or even $40 a month. And yeah, this is like the new way to go. So yeah, big up the comments, respect every time. Hope you're doing good. I'm just seeing someone confirming what I'm saying about resend. So yeah, we're gonna wire up resend with a custom landing page. How's it going, Jake? I'm doing pretty good. Great day today. Wanted to start earlier, but the weather was too nice, so I had to stay outside for a minute. But so yeah, Rob just created a website with Claude and uses resend. So yeah, this is like the new way. This will save you a lot of money, and Claude can just make a landing page instead, which I'm guessing is probably going to be better than most of the templates that are on like ConvertKit or MailChimp or something like that. All right, so where I'm at, gotta get Gmail set up. Proceed with the activation. Not sure if anything's gonna come up that might be security, so I'm just getting off the Google Workspace site for a second. But yeah, I mean it's pretty simple. Google Workspace was a lot easier. Okay, cool. Gmail is activated. I'm gonna set up this DK whatever it's called key. Basically, uh when you first start out sending emails, you're more likely to be sent to the the spam or the junk folder, especially if you do not have a like professional business email. If your email is like at Gmail or something, you're much more likely to get sent to people's spam. Um, so I'm waiting for it to do what it does. So okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Create this mailing list. I'm gonna set up the PRD, Claude MD, Codex MD, Lesson Learned MD, Context MD, Style MD, a bunch of MD files, and then I'm going to create basically the shell for the hub, the skeleton, as I guess the professional terminology would be for developers, would be the skeleton. I'm pretty sure this is also called like the front end, but basically this will be the first step to building. And yeah, hopefully I can get through all these things today. I feel like I should be able to. Let's see. Still on a blank page. I think it froze up on me. Sign in to your domain host to authorize DNS changes. I'm already signed in. Click the button last time and it just sent me to like a blank page. Looks like I'm going to Gemini to troubleshoot. Okay, I already have, it looks like most of the new emails set up. Basically, they wanted me to do something. It was like DKIM, I think it was called, and it was so that my messages were less likely to get sent to the spam or junk mail folder. And it's sending me to a page that says select your domain host, and then it says sign into Cloudflare. So I click that button, and it just like goes to a blank page, and nothing ever happens. It just stays stuck on the blank page. Do you have any advice on what to do? Yo, what's up, Kai? Big up every time, respect. Hope you're doing good. I am setting up the professional business email for InvestaPath. Then I will be using Claude Code to create a custom landing page. And for right now, this is going to be like a waiting list for people who want to use the hub. Once the hub is built, it will be the main site where people, or the main email where people sign up. But there's actually multiple emails. Like one of them's like my name first. That's going to be more for like the newsletters. Another one's going to be like a headquarters and like a support. So depending on which part of the business is sending out the email is going to be sending out those different, and I can have all those three on the same account. So looks like browser redirect loop. don't need the automated button. I can do it manually in about 2 minutes. It's actually safer. Let's see. I'm not sure if I could do this on stream. Is this something I can show the screen on stream? Are any of these keys a security risk? Awesome. This is kind of what I thought. I'm just making sure it's working though, so it's a public key. I guess there's a private and a public, but I'll never see the private. So once I hit save in Cloudflare and start authentication in Google, all right, yeah, it would just send me to this blank screen. So I guess before I did not click that confirm that I was signed into Cloudflare. All right, so I noticed last time I did not click the box that confirmed that I am signed into Cloudflare. I am signed into Cloudflare, so right now the page on Google is getting the domain ready, and just says leave this page open while the key is being added. And I have Cloudflare signed in and open on another tab. So let me know what you think is going to be next. Yeah, I was saying do a manual paste, but I'm just going to try this first. Um, Gotta get that. Your domain is ready. Hopefully it does not stay stuck. But yeah, just just grateful that I have this opportunity because I mean I've been setting up domains and stuff and doing this for a long time, and this has come a long way. It used to be a lot of like you'd have to go to the domain site and like copy and paste stuff back over and do that a few times, and now it looks like everything is evolved, so it just does it automatically. Um, Still getting ready. But if it takes more than like another minute, I don't think I need to do this part right now. I could just do this later off stream. Yeah, it's not the most exciting thing, and you know, I thought it's cool for the stream if it was moving quick like it's supposed to do, but sometimes, some days it just takes a while, and I do not want to just sit here waiting for this to to upload, so I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I think that it's frozen again. It seems like it's taking too long. It's still stuck on the page that says getting your domain ready. Um, but I think for right now, like I do not need to do this step just to set up the landing page in Claude. Let me know if this is necessary. If not, I could just like do this part off stream later instead of having the stream being held up. Awesome. So yeah, this is not necessary. So by the time I'm done reading this, if that's not done, I'm just gonna keep moving along and just take a note to do the DKIM setup later. All right, cool. Yeah, I think this is frozen or something is not working right with it. No big deal. Can do it later. It says there's a well-known issue where the Google admin console stays stuck on that screen even after the connection is successful. Can still sign up for APIs, push code to GitHub, and deploy the site to Vercel. Thought this being finished. Awesome. Says I can close these tabs and they will do their thing in the background. It's good to know. All right, so the next step that I want to do is set up the custom landing page with Claude. So this is going to be to join the waiting list for InvestaPath. Let me know what I need to do. I have the Finance Hub project open in VS Code right now. I'm guessing I need to open a new project for the landing page that's separate from the Finance Hub, but I'm not sure. Let me know what I need to do and where I need to go. So with Stitch, I was going over that a little bit when I first started the stream, just kind of showing what I did last time. I'm not sure. Basically, once I get done with this landing page, I'm going to, you know what? Maybe I could be using Stitch for the landing page too. That's a good question. I'm glad you just mentioned that because that would definitely make the landing page look better, and then it could match with the. Maybe I would have to do that whole. It was no joke hooking up the MCP and API from Stitch to VS Code because I had to go through like a Google process that was just a lot of steps. But anyways, yeah, it's a good question. Well, I don't need a separate project, so that solves that. I don't need to like reset up that connection. So I'll just basically be setting up a new folder for the Finance Hub for InvestaPath that would have landing page. So I'm just reading what they're giving me, and I don't like what it's giving me right here. I'm gonna tell it to give me prompts instead of just codes to give to the terminal. Okay, so all right. All right, a few things about what you're just telling me. First off, to make it easier, instead of like giving me the code, I want you to give me a prompt to create the correct folder in the correct place for the landing page. For the waitlist plan, that stop guessing, start investing, 30 financial tools, one command center. Take out the part about 30 financial tools because there's only 29 and I'll probably add more, definitely add more and make changes. So I'm not exactly sure like how that number is going to play out. So leave it out. But yeah, this is essentially the landing page. And also I'm going to be using resend on the free plan. So yeah, I'm already in the Finance Hub project on VS Code. So I guess start with the prompt I need to get the right folder created. And then, so essentially this should just be using my connection to Stitch that I already had, I'm thinking. But I forgot to ask it that, so I got to ask it that now. But just I can at least I can have it start with the folders. Awesome. Also for the style of the landing page, since I already hooked up everything for the Stitch connection, is that just going to use the same style that I have for the site? That's what I would rather do. Let me know if that's possible. If it would help to go back into Stitch and maybe even have them like design the actual landing page through Stitch. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I got Stitch up and open. Definitely a lot of inspiration here. But I'm thinking the landing page will be so simple that I won't need to, but let's see. Oh, maybe. Awesome. Since I already have the Stitch MCP connected, I shouldn't let Claude freestyle the design. Should use Stitch as the lead designer and Claude as the lead developer. So yeah, since the design MD file that was created from the design I made from Stitch is in there, Stitch can import the design rules. Let's see. Looks like everything is done now with the folder, the file structure. So yeah, back into Stitch to make this is awesome, yeah. Respect every time, Jake. I never would have thought even doing this. I would have just had to build like generic with the same style, and I didn't even think I could just build it custom in Stitch, make it even better. Okay. And I'm telling you, use the same design as my existing dashboard, but I don't know if it knows what that is. but we'll see. Maybe if I select it, that will help. So yeah, back to Stitch. Definitely definitely like Stitch a lot more than I would have thought. Super fun to vibe the designs. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. Big up yourself. It's a great day to start a business. Great day to make a lot of money. Great day to get your investing game right. So yeah, just getting back into Stitch. Stitch is so I guess it's not like a new program. It's pretty new, but they just made a bunch of updates. So you can basically, before it was like you had to do the like typing and copying and pasting and clicking around a lot to make designs. But now Stitch, basically you can vibe designs. You can just talk to it with your own voice and come up with something awesome like this landing page that it just created. And I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to take a screenshot of this and I'm going to give it to Gemini and ask it like what it thinks, how to make it better. Um, yeah, good to hear you're doing great. Hope you got a lot of food on the plate and a lot lined up. So basically, yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, I was just eating pretty good. I was just eating a prime steak, so that's why I'm thinking about food right now. But anyways, yeah, back to the thing. You were watching or the comments, I guess. So you're Jake was watching the Stitch review yesterday. The guy thought it was pretty average, but he only put in two prompts. Yeah, if you're only putting in two prompts, then yeah, I mean, you saw like the. I'll kind of show you guys again real quick the path that I took to get to where I got, and like even that is not going to be like permanent. That'll still change, but for the most part, the style is good. Okay, so like this pan, you can move around, can scroll out with the mouse. So yeah, I just started with this being blank, and then I created like I think like these three. Like I just gave it a prompt and it created like three different designs, like this more of like a bank looking one, more of like like Robin Hood or like a exchange looking one. And I didn't really like those that much, so I had it alter to make something more like this. And I tried out like some different names with this style right here. I didn't really like the purple, so I changed it to the red, gold, and green, the traffic light colors that I use for all the apps. And still something about that just didn't look so good, so try some different color schemes with this one. And I really like these color schemes right here, but it wasn't, I felt like I could make it better. I was thinking this one looked too much like the Seattle Seahawks colors or something like that. But yeah, I did these. And then from there, I was like pretty sure that was like what I wanted. I just want to make it better. So then I got to these right here. Just giving it like each step like new prompts just to like make it better. So yeah, once I got to these, and it's all about the name is Path. So then like the design is all about going through a path to take anybody from not knowing how to invest to knowing how to make their money work for them and get abundance and financial freedom. So this is like the invest a path to financial freedom. And now I'm having to do the based off the same style. It already knows the style, so I can just come right in. It worked. I just selected. I used the mouse to select the one I chose last time, and then I told it to basically create a landing page based on that style. So that's awesome. Now I got the landing page. Gonna do the screenshot, give it to Gemini, see how to make it better, probably do some more prompts. So no, I've not paid for Gemini yet. Gemini has been very generous based on all the free work I got out of it. When I do hook up the Gemini for the agent for coding, that's when I'm gonna pay Gemini. I think I'll be paying Gemini soon. I actually, like, other than coding, I use Gemini way more than any other LLM. And the amount of, like, I've never hit, like, I always hit limits with Claude and GPT when I use them for free at the beginning, but Gemini I've never even hit a limit yet. So what is Stitch? Stitch is a basically like vibe coding for the UI or the design. Um Stitch is through Google, so it's free to use too. People are saying that it's gonna cost money in the future, but because it just came out, like this new version just came out like a day or two before I actually like created this. So like within the last week, this is brand new. And you can basically talk to it. Like I can just tell it what I want to create. It'll create something. I can be like, no, that's like a little bit too neon green. Maybe that's like too dark. Like maybe make the maybe make these the text, the font, make it like more bubbly, not so sharp edges, stuff like that. Change the words, and I can just tell it to do that, and it automatically make the changes. So yeah, see, you just started paying for Claude. Claude is definitely worth it. Gemini is too. I just haven't had to use anything paid yet. But yeah, Claude. As soon as I started vibe coding, it did not take long for me to go to upgrade my plan because I realized like how valuable that was and how much I wanted to use it. And there are some kind of like extra benefits to upgrading the plan as far as speed as well, not just usage, like how fast it works. So let's see. Got to take the screenshot. Go back into Gemini and paste that screenshot. All right, so I just had Stitch use my old design to create a landing page. I just pasted it here. I don't really see too much that I want to change, but I want to get your advice on what you think I could do to make it look better. Maybe there's like extra stuff that's not necessary for just a simple landing page. Maybe the design could be better. Let me know what you think. Yeah, that's. I think there's too much on that page. Gemini says the same thing. The design looks like it's for a full product page. Uh, Need to trim the fat and turn up the exclusivity. On a waitlist page, things like insights or the tech are distractions. If they click those, they aren't typing their email. One page, one goal. Remove the nav links and just keep the InvestaPath logo and the join waitlist button, which should scroll them back to the center. Okay. Tonal topography, it sounds cool, but on a landing page, people scan for benefits. If this section doesn't immediately explain how it makes them money or saves them time, it's just noise. Privacy terms in the footer, keep them small, but don't let them take up vertical space. How to make it better. List the upgrades, navigate the future of wealth as a bit corporate. Let's use the punchier one we talked about. Stop guessing, start investing. It's an action followed by a result. The social proof bar. See the part that says 142 active nodes? That is gold. The code, we should make that look like a live counter. It makes the user feel like the ship is leaving the dock and they need to get on. The design shows enter your terminal address for general waitlist. Just change that to, yeah, enter your email address. I didn't even catch that. To avoid confusing people who aren't terminal power users yet. Add a reference to the 29 tools. All right, so I'm just going to give it the prompt instead of saying this out loud for all that. read it, make sure they didn't include anything else that they didn't say, like they sometimes do. Looks good to me. Back to Stitch. Make sure this is selected. I'm giving it this prompt so that it will make it better. Awesome. So yeah, it's showing right here, like you talk to it through this box, just like you would talk to like LLM, like Gemini or Claude or GPT. And then right here it's telling you what it does. It's like you can scroll through different prompts that you give it. Respect, thank you. I feel like hopefully I don't need too much luck and I can just go off of vibes and energy and just do it right and do it professional and provide as much value as possible. But yeah, hopefully you get some inspiration off of this channel. We do have a Discord group if you want to join that. You can see what other people are posting. And if you decide to start building, yeah, I was about to say, if you're working on a project, if you want, you can post it there. Get some advice from other people, and it's just good for marketing too. Other people to see your project, get more eyes on it. So yeah, that's awesome. If you want to share your project even right now, that's cool. I'll put it up on the screen, let people know. So it looks like it made the new landing page already. I feel like maybe the background is a little bit too dark, but I think this was like more of a bluer, I think. Let's see, I'm gonna zoom up on it. Yeah, just the text, some of the text I think needs to pop out more. Um, okay, so yeah, all this stuff about like spaces left and active users, that's not true, so I'm not gonna do that. And this still looks too much like a profession. I think this would be overwhelming for beginners, like institutional precision. Beginners don't understand that stuff. Algorithmic insight. This should, I think, just be more about like the transformation of getting financial abundance or financial freedom. Whoa, that's yeah, that's next level. I'm looking in the comments. This guy is developing a new coding language that is math and statistics founded, programmable calculator being developed in Python called McFly. I'm guessing McFly something to do with Back to the Future. Um, but yeah, that's next level. That's really cool. Um, Is this like I'm guessing it's a programmer language that is like better for agentic coding? Because that's what I've kind of seen now. It seems like, Python and the old standards for coding are basically like um they work good, but it sounds like they take up like a lot more tokens. And it sounds like there's a room for people to create new languages that would be better for agentic coding and vibe coding because it would be just like easier for AI to understand it and take less context and less tokens. But yeah, it learns from the past but looks to the future. McFly, that's cool. So yeah, hopefully there's like a DeLorean um image somewhere that would be cool, like showing like a DeLorean like flying through the time machine portal or something like that. Um, but yeah, that's awesome. I definitely would try that language out. I know someone was recommending that I tried out Ruby, and I did, but it was just like every time I tried it, basically, what would it be, Claude? When I was using it, I was be like, hey Claude, like update my Claude MD to use Ruby for when it should use Ruby, and it kept saying like there's no use case for Ruby in this project, so I just haven't had any use case for Ruby yet, but yeah, there's definitely like it sounds like there's a big opportunity for somebody that can make a language that is like better and quicker for AI and that can be used for more use cases than just that Ruby. And you want to add more financial stock analysis features. Okay, so I'm guessing that those would be like for the coding, so like people could use that coding to use that code to design like financial and stock stuff because yeah, as far as I can see, like man, this is like really a big trend right now. I think that vibe coding people are going to make more and more, it's just going to be more and more customized. People are going to be moving away from like the normal exchanges, and it's going to be more customized as time goes by and vibe coding becomes easier for people to use because they're going to want this customized for like their own portfolios and stuff. And that's really like a big part of what inspired me to do this project because I've always felt for a long time that basically like the 1% controlling 99% of the money. Um, basically, it shouldn't be like that. There should be like way better. Like, there's enough money out here for like everybody to be living like comfortably, but so many people like the debt's gone up. Personal debt in the United States has gone up so much, and there's so much money floating around out here, but it's all ended up in the same places. And if people had this information, basically, I think that personal finance is gonna get way bigger. As far as like these tools evolve and make it so more people can get in the game, and like what I'm doing is making it so they can just learn so quick. Compared to before, it was like really difficult. It was like really none of it was like really made for beginners, and I can make it so like the path to learning this is just like exponentially quicker. People can get to be financial free way quicker, and everything is in one place, like the journaling, and it will learn their style and basically give them like a custom coach that will direct them to the right kind of investment planning for them, the right kind of doing investing, like using the right indicators, and just creating a personal style that works for them because everybody's different when it comes to investing. Everybody's mind works a little bit differently, and ultimately I want it to have so people can essentially clone themselves and make a trading bot based on how they or even investing. Doesn't even have to be trading, but yeah, essentially a bot, so that they don't even have to like do the investing. They could learn their style, clone themselves as an investor, and then just um tune it in and make it better through time. So yeah, there's so much potential right now, and it's only going to get better. Um, we're the ones that are early. We're the ones that are getting in here first. The doors are wide open right now. I feel like in a few years, you know, there's going to be so much more competition. So yeah, right now is the time. Now is always the time. So all right. Um, McFly has a count, max, min, mean, median, mode, range, sum, and more functions built in. Okay. So yeah, that would definitely make a lot of sense for investing for, and I know like there's definitely also like libraries of investment calculations and stuff. So like that, I'm sure that could like hook up with all that stuff too. And what's up? Pick up yourself. Had three. So someone I'm always glad to see coming through the right time when I'm making this landing page. I started out the stream by setting up the custom domain, so it's not like a Gmail or like a Yahoo. It's actually at professional business email, it's at Investipath instead of at Gmail. So now I got that domain. So right now I am having Stitch design a landing page and to use the same design that I used for the whole site. And I'm seeing what it made. I'm just kind of like giving it some vibe prompts to make it better. So yeah, I definitely want to make it like it's kind of dark. Some of this text is hard to read, and this stuff is like not true unless they change it so it's at 0. And then this stuff at the bottom is like I think too like industry professional toned. Okay, so I'm thinking just gonna try vibing this myself. Let's see what happens. Instead of using Gemini as the middleman, I'll just try it.
Hey, what are we
All right,
designing?
so the first thing that I want you to change is the background is so dark and some of the text is so light that it's really hard for me to read even when I zoom in. So I don't know, whatever you think to make it easier to read some of that text, probably just make the background so it's not as dark and the text so it like pops out more and it's not kind of like it's almost looking like it's transparent or something. So yeah, make that change.
Which screen are you referring to?
I'm referring to the Investipath that I just selected. I forgot to select it before. Sorry about that.
Aha, I see it now.
So that's another thing. Oh, I think I just stopped it. My bad. Yeah, so before you like pick it, like where you tell it, like when you're vibing it and telling what to do, you need to use the cursor and select what you want to have it make the changes to. All right.
Hey, ready to dive into that Investipath high conversion waitlist design?
Yeah, so basically I was telling you before, I think the conversation accidentally I ended it that it's kind of hard to read some of this text. I think it's because like the background is so dark and some of the text is like almost transparent and it's like in a really small sized font. Um but basically, yeah, it's hard to read some of this text. I want all the text to be super easy to read. I don't know if you just need to make the background so it's not as dark and make the some of the text, use mainly the smaller text, so that it's not really transparent and it's easier to read. Whatever you think you need to do, go ahead and do it.
Audit. Working on it.
Yeah, so this definitely looks better than you can see the older one. It's kind of hard to read that text. I like that green glow in the background too. So yeah, also I'm just doing like one step at a time. I was thinking at first to try and tell it to change everything, but what I've noticed with vibe coding and stuff is that it's better to just have it do one change at a time. Uh, so the next thing I want to do is change this 8 spots left. Region global alpha. Oh yeah, this is definitely weird and not true. So I'll tell it what to do. I gotta select it first. All right, in the
Hey,
middle there
excited.
is a part about network status online and region global alpha. This is like 142 active nodes and 8 spots left. So that is not true. Like this has not even been created yet. There's not any limit to any spots that are left. I'm thinking just to make it simpler, just take that out.
Got it. Let's simplify it and remove that size on the waitlist. Totally. Let's clean that up for something more minimal and conceptually sleek. We can replace those misleading stats with a clean graphic element that aligns with our neon green aesthetic. On it, let me simplify that section for you.
So yeah, that looks much better. And I see in the comments I just couldn't talk while I was doing that because it would have like listened to it and changed it. But Jake's talking about maybe add a ticker feed. Um I was thinking about that, but this is just for the landing page. So I think that'd be like overkill for the landing page. But yeah, I'm guessing like what do you call it? Stitch probably wouldn't be able to do that, but I could like just have it make a place for it and then Claude could do it. But also then I don't have any API keys set up yet. So that would be something I think to add on later, just because I don't have the main thing is I don't have the API keys set up yet. All right, so where did it build this new one? Looks like right next to it. Yep, awesome. So I'm gonna give this screenshot now to Gemini and help it give me some guidance on changing the text to make it more like beginner friendly. So I'm gonna give this screenshot to Gemini. All right, so I had them make a few changes. It definitely looks better now. I want your advice on any ways you can see to make the design look better. The main thing was before it was kind of hard to read some of the smaller size text, but now at the bottom, that text at the bottom, like it's all about like saying stuff like, you know, institutional grade and like professional level. But I'm wondering, like, I feel like that is not kind of the language of my target audience, which is beginner investors or people who are new to investing. Basically, like I think the main thing is like I should be talking about the transformation, which is, you know, financial abundance, financial freedom, um, basically like a path to financial freedom and having your money work for you instead of working for your money. But basically, you know, like I would like you to search the internet and find like the exact language that beginner investors use when they're talking about, you know, why they're doing investing and what they want, and give me some advice on what you think would be better to change the text to on the landing page. It's going good over here. Seeing the comments. Hope you're doing good too. Uh, definitely, definitely got some fresh air and sunshine today. Feeling like winter is gone and spring is here to stay. So yeah, feeling good about that. Days are getting longer. My vibe coding skills are getting stronger, and definitely feeling pretty good about this business I'm creating. So yeah, hope you're sounds like you're resting and recovering. Yeah, I'm definitely resting more in the winter time, but yeah, now it's feel like it's time to go hard on this business, and rest is important, but yeah, I just gotta like walk that tightrope of working as much as I can and still managing to get rest. So yeah, you're definitely doing the right thing. Beginner investors don't wake up thinking about institutional precision. They wake up thinking I'm working too hard for my money and I'm scared I'll never be able to stop. Based on common beginner pain points, here's how to swap the bank speak for the founder speak to make Investapath feel like a bridge to freedom. There we go. Awesome. They gave me a prompt to make the text better. The core message: your money should work for you so you don't have to work for it. Yeah, that's way better than talking about institutions. Um Time, options, and abundance rather than data and algorithms. Exactly. So yeah, a main thing for marketing is you want to use the same terminology that your target market uses, that your customer uses. So that's a big reason why it's so important to actually like get out there and talk to your customers and find out what they want. Find out like the way they're describing what they want, and then give them that same language to describe to them what they'll get with your product. All right, so back to Stitch, and I'm going to select this and give it the new prompt and tell it what I want. There we go. Your memory is cloudy. Do you perhaps remember if we spoke about Claude? Um, yeah, I'm not sure. We probably did. I'm not sure in what regards, like what about Claude we were talking about. But yeah, no worries, man. I mean, who needs memory anymore? We can just program AI to remember everything for us, and then you know, yeah, I feel like another thing in the future, like we could just be carrying around. I think this already exists actually. Like you could just carry around something that's like recording everything you do all day, probably in the glasses. I mean, that's gonna be yeah, dude. If I would totally do that on my glasses, like I feel weird about my phone recording me, but the glasses, I don't know why, it just doesn't feel so weird. But anyways, yeah, like we should just be all like recording everything we're saying and hearing every day and like feeding it into AI, and then like at the end of the day or the end of the week, then like give me a summary on like everything I was like talking about today. Or maybe like a week later you could just be like, "Hey, what was that conversation that we were talking about in regards to Claude Codes with that guy in the comments last week?" And then I'll be like, "Oh yeah, you guys were talking like, dude, that's like the need for. I mean, I almost want to make an app like that right now. Um, I got to take down a note for that one. So yeah, have I tried Claude Code? Yes, I'm in Claude Code right now. I built my I started using Claude Code a little bit more than a month ago, and the first phase of this challenge was 30 apps in 30 days. So the first 30 days that I went live, each day I created a new app with Claude Code, and started using Cursor and Claude Code, and then cut out Cursor and was just using Claude Code, and now I'm using a combination of Claude Code and Codex. Claude Code for the building and planning, and Codex for the auditing. How about you? Do you use Claude Code? Do you use other agents? What do you like about Claude Code? What kind of stuff do you like to build? But yeah, I gotta take a note down about that. About that like the memory, like some kind of like app that can be like serve as your memory basically. Yeah, that is money. And yeah, I mean, I'm working on all this stuff, so yeah, if anybody wants to like start building something like that, feel free. I won't feel any type of way if you use the ideas that I create. If you get an idea from me and you think it's good, go ahead and build it out yourself. And I won't even think of it as competition. I'll just think of it as collaboration, and we can just both learn from each other and whatever we create. So yeah, any idea you get from me, feel free. So notice in the comments, he was just talking to Claude about what it thinks humans lack most software wise. And one of the top ideas ran very much parallel to what I was just talking about. Of course, 24/7 coverage would be the goal, just that the tech ain't there yet. Okay, yeah, I feel like from what I understand, like the tech should be there. It just would need like maybe a bigger context. I guess it would depend on like how much talking you do and how many conversations you have in a day. But I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't be like, I can just go and talk to an LLM and then like I can be like, "Hey, what were we talking about last week in regards to landing pages?" And usually it remembers, so I don't know cuz AI is not always right. I would say do more research yourself um to see if maybe it's possible cuz a lot of times AI tells me something's not possible and I just do more research and I find out it actually is. So the voice recordings could be covered. Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering like what part it thinks the technology isn't there for yet because I totally see it being very capable of doing that, very capable of being able to do that. So yeah, that's and even like that even doesn't even really sound like a one size fits all type thing. Like it could be custom for like maybe different professions. Um yeah, I think there's a lot that could be done with that. So even if somebody's already done something like that, you could probably find an angle or a niche that they haven't used it for. All right, let's see. Should have created the new. There we go. The tech limit was your opinion constraint. Or wasn't your opinion, it was the constraint. Claude's idea didn't go around 24/7 coverage nor video coverage. Okay, yeah, that video coverage part, I know AI is not the best at that. Um, Even like when I'm giving it the screenshots, like it tries to like tell me it can do more than it really can. It's like it's good at seeing kind of like the style and stuff, but not so much at like reading into it. So yeah, the video part, I'm guessing probably, I guess like that could tell you like what you saw, like where you were that day, what people you saw, stuff like that. Um, oh man, I just had think about like blind people. Think if blind people could put on some glasses uh and like it could be AI glasses and it could tell them like, it's things just about like navigating around and being blind, like stoplights and I mean there's so many different use cases, so many different things that it could be used for. Yeah, it's all about just like thinking about like how much value you can provide, providing value to as many people as possible. Yeah, that would be cool if someone did that. That's money right there. But yeah, as far as conversations, like I don't even think you would need it on 24/7. Like you could turn it off when you're sleeping and stuff. But yeah, I totally think that just for the voice part, that would be possible, and that would be like who needs to remember stuff anymore? Like even now, people will tell me like, "Hey, can you remember to tell me to like do this tomorrow?" And I'll be like, "Oh, why don't you just take a note in your phone?" But yeah, so many people like still manually like try to remember everything when it's just like you could take a note, but that's like that takes a little bit of time. But if you don't have to take notes and you can just talk, and at the end of the day, you can be like, "Hey, what was I talking about with my friend this afternoon in regards to landing pages or something or Claude or something?" Okay, so this looks much better now. I really like how I vibe coded this with Stitch. So enter terminal address. Yeah, it should be enter the email address. Okay. The neon navigator is here. Join the elite cohort. I don't like that text. Um, so yeah, getting a lot closer, but still a few things that I want to change. So, do I understand there are serious consequences of not actively training short-term memory? So you like the idea of AI making things easier, but the counter side could be early onset brain-related diseases. I did not even think about that. Yeah, definitely that's not something that would want to be responsible for. But yeah, I think it's all about how people use it. Cause yeah, I could see if you're not training your brain to, do that stuff. But the side I'm looking at is like, it's kind of like your brain only has so much context, right? Like, I mean, like people used to have to remember like phone numbers and all that stuff, and it's like, it was like people did research and you could only remember, your brain only kind of has room for like a certain amount of phone numbers, and now they're all just saved in our phones. So like, that was like, a huge change. No one really has to remember phone numbers anymore. People's addresses, like all those things, like people used to have to remember. So I think it's all about like, freeing up your mind to do better, more powerful things. So yeah, like I see where you're coming from, but I think the real like money part of this idea is, people don't have to remember like the things that would usually be insignificant or things that they wouldn't even think to remember. People will have more bandwidth or more like, context, computing power in their brain to focus on like more important things, I guess. Oh yeah, I hear you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just that we kind of got balance making things easier, but then keeping health good too. Yeah, that's a good thing to consider. So no, I definitely appreciate you bringing that up because that was not something I considered. And yeah, no, I don't feel any way about being responsible for it. Gotta balance making things easier, but then keeping health good. Exactly. With the AI, the side effects are going to be more hidden and less directly noticeable. And yeah, that's another reason I have up on the board. Um, I don't know if you can see it because the screen is smaller, but it says I run AI, AI doesn't run I. Because that seems to be like one of the main things I see like in the news about, the dangers of AI. Some people like, get too involved with AI, and AI will just like, tell them to do stuff. I know just for biz, like I don't really like talk to AI like it's my friend. I talk to it like it's like my employee. So I talk to AI like I run it, like I'm its manager. But a lot of times AI will try to like, lead me down a path that's like different from where I want to go. It's going to try to tell me to like, to do something that I, as a manager, have to like catch it and be like, wait, no, that's not my vision. That's your vision. This extra step is not necessary. Like, I don't want to go, like, you gotta, there's still gotta be, but there's still gotta be, like, you gotta be conscious and aware about what's going on. But I feel like that's anything in life, because, like, I mean, you can walk out the door and, you just got to be ready for anything. Like, the world is not always the most friendly place, so you just got to be aware just in general and like life. So yeah, respect. Yeah, that was awesome conversation. Led to some very good ideas. Like, I think those memory apps are going to be money. I feel like if they're not already, then it's just a matter of time. So let's see. Yeah, don't like this text. Yeah, and we got to change the enter terminal address. And do that real quick. Change the box that says enter terminal address so it says enter email address.
Which screen are you referring to?
I'm referring to the one I just clicked on to select.
Got it. On Investapath Freedom landing page. I'll update the input field to enter email address for you. Okay.
So I just pasted the last piece of text that I want to change. Essentially, this text says to join the elite cohort of investors transforming complex data into guided wealth expedition. That still sounds like it's like, not for beginners. I want you to give me a prompt for actually give me two different prompts that would have more text that is based for beginners for that part. And I'll just pick the one I like more and send that to Stitch to make that part better. The path to financial freedom shouldn't be a mystery. Join a community of new investors using simple, powerful tools to build a future where their money finally works as hard as they do. Stop letting market confusion hold you back. We simplified 29 plus professional data tools into one clear dashboard, giving you the confidence to grow your wealth without the headache. I like the first one better for sure. Awesome. This is done. Someone's taking a while just to do that one simple change. All right, so the thing I always forgot to do before was I got to select the right one before I give it the prompt so it knows what the prompt is going to be applied to. So this should be the last change I'm thinking. Maybe just this part at the bottom. I think the only thing I see now that maybe I should change is there's a part at the bottom that says privacy terms and contact. So like it looks like those are things you could click to get like more information. I don't know if that's all necessary just for a landing page. What do you think? What do I think of the terms manual coding and vibe coding? Um, I guess not too much. As someone who is never manual coded, and just before I started vibe coding, I just did basic research on like what are the different coding languages. Just kind of like looked at like examples of different coding languages and like got an idea of like simple idea of how it worked. And honestly, most of the coding I've learned has been from actually vibe coding. So basically, manual coding would be like writing the code yourself the way I understand it. And even like, but like from what I understand, even like the best developers that write code, they still need to like check the internet from time to time to like know how to do certain things with code. Like they don't just remember every single thing of like how to code everything. And vibe coding is like basically just like using your voice instead of writing code and like directing the agents to make certain changes. And then there's another term called agentic coding, and that's where you're like not. From what I understand, agentic coding is like you're just setting everything up so the agents do all the work. Like you're just like telling agents like go build this and this and this and this, and then they just go build everything for you, and you're not like I guess vibe coding. But those two, the agentic and the vibe coding, kind of sound like they like overlap a little bit. And I feel like now that I understand like what agentic coding is, what I'm doing is kind of a combination between agentic coding and vibe coding. Like definitely like, I'm vibing even when I'm making the UI. So like here I'm kind of like vibe coding with the UI. But yeah, I do not know how to actually write code. And yeah, there's a bunch of definitions. Um, yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. Pretty much just trying to build cool stuff that provides a lot of value to people that we can make a lot of money and get rich too. So I think yeah, I think everything will change too. I think in the future people might not even say vibe coding anymore. I've definitely had people have some strong opinions about like people who vibe code and don't know how to code and like stuff like that. And like I've heard like, you know, certain people saying like in the future no one will is even going to need to learn how to code because it's all going to be done. And it's like a skill of like knowing how to write code will be not necessary in like a few years or even sooner. And then other people saying that like, oh, you if you don't know how to code, everything's going to be AI slop and it's going to get hacked. And other people are saying no, that's not true. If you do it professional enough, it should you should be fine. And this is such like a new kind of era. I think that that there's a lot of still like it's really polar as far as opinions go on that kind of stuff. And it's awesome because me, I'm like you know, like I feel like kind of an outsider. Like I have not been in any of these like developer communities and stuff. And it's cool because I don't really like take any side to it. I'm just kind of like observing and seeing what everybody thinks. And I don't know how this is going to evolve, but as from what I've seen about AI getting evolving so quick, I know it's going to just keep evolving quicker and quicker. But yeah, that's going to be like time will tell. We'll all know in the future. Yeah, I like that. Stop guessing, start investing. Before it was like way more like technical, like advanced type language, and that's not my target market for this. So yeah, I think. Oh yeah, the last thing I was wondering about changing this like privacy stuff. Have I ever seen people make future calls on prices during a bull run? You would take people's opinions on where AI is going to go similarly. Yeah. Yeah. I've definitely, you know, because I pay attention to a lot of like people who are like so-called professional investors, basically people who have been doing it longer than me that I learn a lot from. And yeah, it's I would have to say at the end of the day they're wrong a lot too. Like even the people who are some of the like most profitable investors out there, they're still wrong from time to time. So yeah, that definitely shows me that, you know, nobody really knows. I think the people who know best are like listening to sometimes I listen on YouTube to like the people who like create, you know, the guy who created Gemini, um and the people who create these tools, I think they have the best understanding. Just like for crypto, like I feel like I've always gotten the best understanding from the people who create like the different, you know, like obviously Bitcoin, no one knows, well, the public, general public doesn't know who created Bitcoin, but like Ethereum, I mean, that guy is like, I don't even know if he's human. But yeah, listening to him is like, when I first listened to him, I was like, okay, this guy understands. Like, I don't even know if this guy's human. He's like some kind of alien bringing us technology. But I could tell listening to him, like, he understood it on like a level I never could. And like, that made me realize like how important it was for humanity and like how much farther it had to evolve in the future. Because I remember in like even like 2017 after that the like first big bull run in crypto. I guess it wasn't the first big bull run in crypto where it was like public when it went from like $1,000 to like $20,000 and then crashed. Like after that, everyone was saying was like, or not everyone, but a lot of people were saying that like that was the end of crypto. Like, oh yeah, that was just like, you know, it just got lucky. Like, you know, it did that huge bull run and now it's just gonna crash and like be nothing. Like it was just all hype and it's just gonna go to zero. And everyone, like so many people were saying that. But in the back of my mind, I was like, no, I totally believe this is like the beginning. Like we're in like the first stages of crypto. Like so many people think it's over. The media was like going on it like, oh, is this gonna be done? This is all hype, and no, not even close. That was just the beginning. Um, oh yeah, the privacy terms and contract. All right, I got a prompt to change those things at the bottom. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Life is great. If everybody knew the future, if everybody was like the same, life would be super boring. It's like the variety of different people, different ideas, different cultures. That's why life is so awesome because it's always something new. Always people like it's always awesome to meet people that think differently than me. Um, so I'm talking about always is like abundance mindset. That's how this channel started. There's enough for everybody. It's not like people got to fight over resources. I mean, but that's how that stuff happens is people get that scarcity mindset like, you know, there's too many people, not enough resources. We got to like fight for resources and stuff like that and that never ends well in my opinion. So, yeah, it's all about what you believe you're going to see. So, you believe in abundance. That's what I believe. That's what I see. All right, that looks better. I think maybe just center that on the bottom. But no, that's not a big deal. Yeah, I like this. All right, now everything looks good on the landing page. I'm ready to lock that in. And I guess the next step is to code it. Um, Also, I have not created an account yet with Resend. So walk me through what I need to do to get this landing page live. So do I create the account and resend with the new nate@investopath.com email? Or do I create it with, does it matter what I create it with? Like I could just create it with automatically so I can log in through the ABI. I guess it would just be easier if I could do it that way. But yeah, I don't know how important it is to log in using, or I mean to set up an account using the new email. Okay, yeah, use the new email. Okay. All right, so I just created an account with the new email. It's telling me to go to that email and verify. I do not know how to get in there. I have not used it yet. I just created it. All right, yeah, I just got to sign in. Okay, go to Gmail. Just add account. See, I'm thinking this is probably something I should have done off stream, but it's necessary to keep to get this landing page made. So trying to start big changes with 1% usage left for the week. Yeah, that's gonna take some luck. Um Hopefully your week restarts soon, because yeah, you're not gonna get very far with just 1%. Okay, so you're talking about I just added another account with the new email address, but I don't remember creating a password. So maybe that new email address is not fully created because it did like freeze up and you were telling me that it's probably good right now, but yeah, I don't remember creating a password. Maybe I did. So it's telling me to go to Google Admin and try signing in with the new email. Sometimes it's the easiest things that just get stuck on, and it's always a Google thing to where they just got like way too much going on their admin site to find what I'm looking for. They really don't make it easy, I feel like. Okay. Oh yeah, so I see that too with Claude. Once you hit 100%, it's like it doesn't automatically stop. You usually get like a little bit of time before you're done. But also it's good to know that, so like in regards to context, um if you're starting to use your 1% left and you are like at high context, like close to 100%, it's good, it should probably take more um tokens or data to do what you need to do. So like my best advice to you would be to make sure you refresh your context window so that starting with a fresh context window you should be able to get a little bit more usage than I think if you're using like almost full context window. All right. Wow, yeah, this is I know Gemini is really bad at navigating through websites. It's not giving me, okay, this could take a long time, so all right. All right, Gemini. I know from the past that you are not very good at navigating through websites, so this could take way longer than it seems. I'm just gonna try one time. I already went into the Google workspace link that you told me to, but there is nowhere to sign in. It's like I'm already signed in through my account that I'm on using right now. And I don't want to sign out of that because then I've got too many things going on that I'm signed into that through, and I'm on live stream right now. So it sounds like this might be something that's better for doing off of the stream because you're just not that good at navigating onto sites because the sites change so much and your information usually is outdated. What do you think? Is it possible to just like continue and then do that part with the email address later? Yeah, Google's UI changes faster than AI models can keep up with, and trying to wrestle with account switching while you're live is not good. So I can do the email verification later. I can still build the waitlist logic without having the resend account fully verified. Yes, awesome. That's what I wanted to know. Um, so use the stitch design we refined, write the mock backend. And once I've verified the email off stream, I can just swap the console log for the real resend code. It takes 30 seconds. Awesome. See, like before it was telling me that I needed that, and like I just had to like rephrase and ask it again, and it's like, actually, you don't need it. Yeah, that would, I was like, no, I'm not trying to do that on live stream and have it like, have to like have it corrected every single step of the way. So, anyways, yeah, that's another thing for AI. If AI can come out with something, I think Perplexity does, but maybe not like 100% good yet. But yeah, there's no reason AI should have to like not understand how to navigate through sites that are already on the internet. Like it should be able to just do that live. But that's another product. That's another invention for another day. All right, back to Claude now. Okay. I'm building the InvestaPath landing page inside that certain file and the folders. I have my UI assets from Stitch. We're focusing on a waitlist page with a headline. Stop guessing, start investing. So I wanted to build the hero section and the email input from using the dark green neon aesthetic. Create a placeholder server action for the waitlist group. I will connect the real resend API later off stream. Make sure the social proof and the transformation copy are front and center. Okay, but don't I have to give it some information on like... Alright, that looks like a good prompt for what I want to do, but I mean, I already created like what I want the landing page to look like exactly on Stitch. Can I just like give it that landing page that I want to use to reference directly? So I noticed the comments, someone giving me some advice about I can get a Playwright MCP and then have AI browse live and you can watch two. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should write that down, Playwright, because that's like the most annoying thing to me is when AI is like outdated and then you try to have it help you navigate through a site and just keeps sending you to like the wrong place or doesn't know what changed like stuff. So Playwright MCP, gotta look into that. Yeah, all right. So Claude has excellent vision capabilities. So I want to give it the actual image. Oh, so when I move to the new chat, just upload the final stitch screenshot and use the visual reference prompt. It tells Claude to stop guessing and start copying the masterpiece already built. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I just need to take a screenshot and put it into Claude. There we go. Oh, that's awesome. So with that playwright, I was just looking at the comments and that playwright is not just good for like navigating other sites, but I could have it use it for like my own sites that I create, um, and test everything. That's awesome. That sounds kind of like what I understand of what's called anti-gravity from Google. I think that kind of does that too. So that's good to know. Um, right. So I'm gonna be putting the just uploaded the screenshot of the landing page that I created in Stitch. Now I'm gonna give Claude the prompt. So basically, like I'm telling it, I'm building the landing page. I attached the exact design I created in Stitch. Replicate the UI perfectly using Next.js 15, Tailwind, CSS, and Framer Motion. Use the Stitch MCP to pull the specific theme tokens from my project so the code matches the image. And that's what I'm wondering is how does it know? Because I've got a bunch of similar looking ones. Well, I guess I'll see. Create a waitlist email input field. All right, here goes. So Playwright is the automated browser. The MCP just connects it to the AI. Okay, that makes sense. So Playwright is like a browser, um, like uh, like Google or something, I guess. And then the MCP is just what it connects to Claude, just like I had to get an MCP for Stitch. And yeah, it was cool to see when I did that. Like Claude has like a couple options to where like all you have to do is click a button and it connects an MCP. And like it has it for like Google Maps, I think, Google Calendar, Gmail, GitHub. There was like maybe one or two more that you didn't have to actually like take the extra steps of like finding keys and then like copying and paste them. All you had to do is like go to the right spot in the Claude website and just click the button. But yeah, this is cool. I'm already coding the landing page, and it just won't be live until after the stream when I can actually connect it to resend. I was hoping to do that really quick, but started to hit some resistance, and I just transitioned to the path of least resistance for now, which is just skipping that and doing that later. So yeah, this is important. And essentially too, like a lot of people, even before they build something, like I've built a lot of things, and I know finance well, so I've like talked to a lot of people, and already done like kind of research on my own to understand that this is a product that people want. But a lot of people, what they'll do is even before they build the product, they will just go and create a landing page for the product and go out and just put it out there and be like, see if people sign up for it, like see if it's something they want. And usually what they do is they'll just run paid ads to it unless they have like a big following of people they can send it to. So like if you wanted to, I mean that's really like professionally that's the first step, especially if you're new to business. I would highly advise to do some kind of landing page to see if people sign up for your idea before you actually create it, unless you're creating a tool that you're going to use for yourself for something and then you just decide to like sell it to somebody. But yeah, one of the biggest mistakes people make in business is trying to guess what other people want, especially like target markets that they're not a part of, and trying to guess what they want and then going creating that and then like putting it out there and being like, hey, you guys want this? And a lot of times it's not what people want. And they could have just found that out by just putting out a landing page that says join the waiting list. Okay, so created new files. Before you run it, install dependencies if not already done. Yeah, sure. All right, I just gave Claude that prompt. It looks like it did most of the work. I'm about to attach what it told me it did, and it asked me if I wanted it to install the scaffolding, and I said yes, and it's doing that right now. Oh, I see. So I'm looking at the comments, and I was thinking that Playwright was something like Chrome or like Yahoo or Bing or whatever, but no, it's a browser like Selenium. I've never heard of Selenium either. Both Selenium and Playwright run off the backbones of another underlying browser like Chrome. Okay, so it's like a little bit different, I guess. But I'm gonna write down Selenium too, so I can research both those. Yeah, definitely feeling more and more motivated about the business every day. You know, if you're just tuning in, essentially what I've done so far today is I went onto Stitch and created a blueprint for a landing page based on the same design. Um, what is going on with this? Uh, think okay. Yeah, I was just looking at just went back to Stitch, and like it's seems like Google finally got done with doing what I was telling it to do earlier, and now it's asking me a bunch of questions like, do I want to create a new profile? And that's not something that I want to get stuck on right now. So I'm not going to show the Stitch screen right now. I'm going to save this so I can go back to what I was doing and then figure this out later. But anyways, yeah, so I'm creating a landing page. Um and this is free. So like landing pages now, it's gotten really hard to use a free landing page. Mostly you got to like pay to send a certain amount of messages, and they make it really difficult to do it on free, plus to use the templates. So the workaround to now, I'm using a resend for a free email plan, and I'm having Claude code the landing page from what I created off of Stitch. So Claude right now is just getting done with this landing page, it looks like, and it's saying that if I just open the local host, the landing page should be live, except it's not live because I still have to off stream connect the resend. I think there's an API and create an account with that, and I don't want to do that on stream. But yeah, I'm gonna check out the see what it looks like so far. See if it copied it exactly from Stitch. Site cannot be reached. Oh, I think I didn't run the npm run dev. Nope, that's why. No doubt. There you go. Still at 99%. Over 100K tokens this conversation. Yeah, you can't beat Claude Code's value. Especially they just like right after I found out about like how context works and how important it is for getting good code, like the more context you run through, the more chance that it's, gonna hallucinate, make bad code. It's gotta remember too much. It was like the day I figured that out, a couple days later, I log on to Claude and it's like, yeah, we just did a 5x on our context window and it's like the same price. And I was like, dude, it's like every time I get to like a new feature, there's like an update the next day. And like everything's just going the right way. Like I can tell this business is like something that the universe wants me to create. I totally feel like everything's for the most part is going with the flow. Especially even that Stitch. I mean, like I was wondering about how I was gonna do UI. I was looking into different like possibilities and everything. Like I'd rather do a vibe coding instead of actually having to like do it the manual way. And like a couple days before I'm ready, I'm on that step. Stitch comes out and like it just got mentioned to me, someone from the comments like the day before, and like there was only like a couple YouTube videos because it was so new that people made, and I just watched a few, and I was good to go like that next day. Um, and I'm seeing now with the Claude Code Opus, there's a million context model. Yep, that's what I saw where it's did like a 5x. You can go to 200K no problem, and it's still following along really well. Yep, and that's money. I mean, and they're like, yeah, we just updated it so it's 5x better, 5 times better, and it's the same price. And it's like, yeah, that's where I think a lot of people are saying they think that AI is just going to keep getting better and cheaper. Some people think it's going to like, it's still like beta right now, and then when it actually gets like better, they're going to charge more. But when I see stuff like that, I'm like, nah, dude, they're trying to. It's so awesome to have the competition between all the LLMs right now that they're all competing against each other, trying to be the best. And whenever one comes out with a new update, it's like the other ones have to like have the same update but better, and they're all just yeah. If it were only one LLM that existed, if it was still like just Chat GPT, I feel like we'd be so far behind right now. All right, so let's see the local host. Um, go. Yeah, it looks very similar. I just don't remember this graphic on it, but I mean, yeah, and that email address at the bottom is not right. So I think this is the only thing I need to change. This should be Nate at investopath.com. Awesome. Okay. The email address at the bottom says hello@investopath.com, but it should say Nate@investopath.com. Yep, already made the change. Awesome. That was quick. So yeah, now it's the right email address. Let me see here. Yeah, so Gemini is saying it would have taken me probably like 4 hours to manually code that with CSS if I knew how to code. And that took, once I just designed it, that probably took me like half hour, and then just to have Claude build it, I mean that took maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. Um, yeah, it's done. Everything looks good. I'm looking at it on the local browser. I guess what do you think is the next step? Also, I've not pushed to GitHub since I created this. Just went from a screenshot to a functional animated landing page. Well, I guess it's not functional yet because I do not have the email provider wired with it yet, but I mean, that's all I have to do. And I need to do that off stream anyway because of like passwords and API and stuff. So yeah, by tomorrow I will have a working landing page that people can sign up for the waiting list for the InvestApath Financial Hub. So yeah, pushing to GitHub will be first. Um, so basically, yeah, I just need to set up the resend key and then link it with Vercel so that the page is live. Because right now it just exists on the local browser. Um, saying next step should be the shell for the hub, but I think that from what I heard before, I want to do some documents first so it knows better about building it. Um, and it's saying to ask Claude to create a root group for the dashboard so it doesn't mess up the landing page. So I've never heard of root group before. Um, so the prompt is, now that the marketing page is done, let's create a dashboard folder in src app, give me a basic layout.tsx for the dashboard that includes a dark mode sidebar. This is where we will eventually put the navigation for the 29 legacy tools. Okay. Okay, so there was some problem that it had to fix with the git ignore. So I don't understand what's going on with this root group thing. I gotta have Gemini explain that to me better. Um, all right. Basically, Claude just got done. It said it found a problem. I'm going to copy and paste that here. I think I understand what it's saying. I just want you to kind of like translate for me what Claude is telling me. And then also that last prompt you gave me for the root group, I really don't understand what that's doing. Could you explain to me what a root group is and what that prompt was meant to do in a simpler way that I could understand? Yeah. Claude just saved me from a very common developer headache. Okay, so it looks like it was trying to push the .next files to GitHub, and I don't want to do that. My ignore list, the git ignore, didn't mention the .next folder. So Git tried to upload thousands of junk files. Claude caught it and updated the ignore list, cleaned out the junk, and successfully saved only the clean code. No more junk in the trunk. The GitHub is now professional, lightweight, and ready for Vercel. Alright, what is a root group? In Next.js, every folder you create usually becomes a page on the website. About or contact. A root group is a folder with parentheses around its name, like marketing or dashboard. The parentheses tell Next.js, organize these files for me, but don't put this name in the website link. Like the name of the group, I guess. Why am I using it for this project? Think of it like a reversible jacket. Side A is marketing. This is for people who don't have an account yet. It needs a big, beautiful landing page, no sidebar, and a join waitlist button. Side B, the dashboard. This is for the inside. It needs a sidebar with your 29 tools, a search bar, and a profile setting page. By using root groups, you can have a marketing layout and a dashboard layout living in the same project without them fighting each other. Okay, I see. It's like keeping that separate. So basically, it's keeping this prompt is to keep the landing page separate from the dashboard layout. Okay. it keeps telling me to like, now you can be done for the day. Like it always does this to me. Well, actually, no, it wasn't doing that to me until like recently. I think Gemini got a new update because Gemini has just been acting weird for like the past, like since yesterday, actually. It wasn't doing that. I noticed that yesterday. Like I just got started and kept being like, all right, now get some sleep. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm just getting started. Like I'm like just starting hour one of like eight of like at least 8 hours of work. And then like 2 hours later, it's like, all right, you can get some sleep now. And I'm like, dude, it's like 9 o'clock at night. I'm not trying to go to sleep. Like, why do you keep telling me that? And right now it's like you're good for today. And I'm like, no, like I still got a lot I want to do. Like, come on. Okay, I understand this all better now. Basically, I did not run that prompt yet for the root group. And before I did create the actual like shell or skeleton of the hub, I was advised that I should do some documents first, like a PRD MD, a Claude MD, and a Codex MD, and a Lessons Learned MD, and a Context MD, and a Style MD, and then I should build the website shell for the hub. Do you think that it is a good idea to create those MD files first? Said it's a good move. Difference between a weekend project and a scalable startup. In AI driven deployment, we call these memory files. Since Claude and other LLMs eventually forget the beginning of a long conversation, these files act as an external brain. Every time you start a new session, the AI reads these files and instantly remembers exactly what it is, how it should look, and what mistakes you've already fixed. All right. So yeah, I do want to build these before the dashboard shell. And yeah, it was even telling me this before on this same chat, but the contact must have got bigger, and it's like trying to have me skip ahead. Okay. So the PRD product requirement document is the vision. It lists the 29 legacy apps and how they should eventually work together. Um, the context MD, this tells the AI where we are in the 30-day challenge. Okay. This is not a 30-day challenge anymore. The 30-day challenge part is over. I don't know how long this is going to take. If I knew how long this was going to take, I would have put it down, but I don't. Style MD saves your stitch design tokens. Every new page matches the landing page perfectly. And Codex and lesson learned. Okay. So I just noticed the comments. Your vision is to abstract 99% of the stuff that you have to deal with when building new products, like what I'm doing with like right now. Pre-idea pipeline, human review and refinement, full planning, and implementation pipeline. Yeah, there's got to be an easier way to do all this. Like I get it why, like it's not even necessary, but I get it why it's like more of a professional way to do it. Some of it seems like it's kind of redundant, and some of it seems like it's really like not that necessary. But this seems to be like the industry standard even before vibe coding existed, and it was just like coders that would do this stuff. But yeah, if you like someone, whoever makes this like this process easier, because this is not fun compared to like actually building. Um, like there's got to be a way it can just like ask you a bunch of questions from the start of any project just to like build that stuff or something. I don't know, but yeah, if you can find out a way to eliminate that stuff or make it way easier to get done, then that would be awesome. Like essentially like the business process of doing all the business research, like that would be a good app. Like just put in your idea and it does all the business research process for you. That would be I'm actually gonna write that down for an idea because I feel like I could build a really good tool like that. So many good ideas every stream, and that's like I'm always saying, like as an entrepreneur, my biggest struggle was always having too many good ideas, and I know how important it is to just focus on one thing at a time. Um, focus is like mental energy. Focus is definitely energy, and the more you scatter your focus, the less powerful it is. Focusing on one thing at a time is the best for business, and yeah, even quantum physics, like the observer. Like this just all goes back to like all the abundance mindset. Like ancient cultures understood that very well in the past, and they built some very amazing things that still scientists today do not understand, like pyramids, stuff like that. And they understood this whole thing about focus. And even today, so quantum physics is showing that like the observer effect, like you can take a particle and like one person could watch it or no one would watch it and it would like take all these different like routes, but if someone's watching it, then it'll like move differently. And depending on the observer, like the observer affects how the particles move. So like one observer might cause the particles to move a certain way and another observer might cause it to move another way. So there's a lot going on with like energy of concentration and stuff that science is just beginning to figure out. But yeah, it's all about abundance mindset, just making sure that you're focused on one thing and the right thing. And so many good ideas. Hopefully, I'm online. People could pick up some of them and start building them. But anyways, okay, yeah, what I got to do is clarify some things from the what it's telling me to build these documents. All right, I just read that prompt. I wanted to clarify some things with the PRD. Um, I guess like there's probably a lot more to it, a lot more that needs to go in it. And the integration of the 29 legacy financial tools is the main thing because I'm not sure how that's all going to work, but I'm sure that there will be more tools that are added and these tools will be made better and they'll be linked up in a certain way. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to be yet. Also for the style MD, I just wanted to make sure that that is not going to conflict with the design MD that I generated from Stitch. So I think the design MD already has like those like colors and stuff that you're talking about putting into the style MD. Um, for context MD, that looks all right. Lessons MD, I guess that's fine. Um, yeah, let me know what you think to update the prompt. Also, do you need more info about any of this stuff? So yeah, looking at the comments, Codex as an audit agent is a godsend. Yeah, I would agree too. That's major because Claude checking itself, it just doesn't catch as much. It's like having an independent source check Claude is it helps a lot because I was just my process before I used Codex, I would just use Claude, and then I would have everything be built at once, and then at the end of the build I would just like have Claude audit itself, and I was getting so many bugs. And once I started building kind of like one step at a time or a few steps that would, if they were smaller, easier steps, and then I would have Codex audit exactly what I just built, like, and I'd give it the exact files it just like built in, so it'd know exactly what to audit. That made I could just tell when I built stuff that way, there would be like way less bugs and problems in it. So yeah, with Claude, you can self-audit. You need to ask it to use the Haiku and Sonnet models for audit. The two combined do really well, but Codex finds the deep hard to find issues. Yeah, I agree. Codex definitely found like way more important deep hard issues that Claude wouldn't find. And a lot of those that I saw Codex was catching were like it would tell me the issues that it would find, and I would see that and I would realize like that was something that like I probably wouldn't have found until I used the app like like hundreds of hours, because it would be something that wouldn't be apparent from just like looking at it or just like testing it out a few times. Like a lot of those things were things that were super major, and not only were they really important, but they would have been like really difficult to find. All right. So they're saying like analogy, the front porch is like the landing page. The office is your dashboard, needs a big desk, sidebar, and your tools. Um, a route group and dashboard lets you give the front porch. Wait, did they? Yeah, they're just repeating that again. Okay. That's why I stopped using Claude so much with the LLM, because it was doing that. Like it would repeat a question I asked it like a few questions ago for the new question. Okay. So yeah, that was the main thing. I shouldn't do a style MD because I already have the design MD. All right, so I'll give it this prompt to create these MD files. All right, I just gave it that prompt to create those MD files. Also, you were telling me again about the root group part, and I did not yet give it that prompt to do the root group thing. So, do you think after I have it create these MD files, the next step is to do the root group prompt? Awesome, more comments. Plan, audit loop, Sonnet Haiku fixes Codex audit, fixes audit loop. Once that all comes back clear, then you proceed. Okay, that's kind of like your workflow. I see. So you plan and then you do the audit loop. So what my workflow was yeah, I was saying like I'll have it create one or maybe two steps at a time, and then Another thing I didn't add that I found that helped a lot was so I was using Gemini as like a middleman at first. And I was like, this is getting annoying. Every time basically like Claude would finish a step, I would copy and paste what it did into Gemini, and I would be like, create a prompt for Codex to do an audit off of what it just did. So I did some rules in my Claude MD to where each time Claude finished a step, it would list like, it would list what it did, what most likely would be the main potential problems, and then it would create a prompt for me to give to Gemini that I could just copy and paste saying like, these are the files that I just worked in. This is what I just did. These are the potential problems. Go ahead and do an audit. And then I had another for agents MD file for Gemini. I had another rule for Gemini after it did the audit to not make any fixes, but to just tell me what it found and then to create a prompt for Claude to do the fixes based on what it found. So then I could just like copy and paste the audit that it would make, the prompt it would make based on the audit back into Claude. So then Claude would fix its own mistakes because when Gemini would fix Claude's mistakes, Claude wouldn't be aware of it. And it would like Claude could fix its own mistakes and then save that information into its context about, what was wrong and like, just to make it better. So have I tried hooks with Claude Code? I did. I tried it and it just wasn't working that day. Like I tried it one time to make it easier, and for whatever reason, the hooks like it didn't work. And I think the problem was that my Claude MD just got too big. Like it just had way too much context in it. So the stuff at the bottom, even though I would give it a hook, I would just basically give it a hook to say like, reference the Claude MD and all the different MD files, and it would only catch certain things. So I'm like, okay, and I didn't know what it was, but looking back, now that I understand it better, I think the reason was like I just had way too much context in the Claude MD file. But yeah, I should start using hooks cuz I know it doesn't automatically check the MD files. So at least then that way I wouldn't have to like remember to tell it each time to check those. And that's awesome. You're saying that's what the hooks help with. You don't need one giant MD file. You can have it structured so it only loads the relevant context related to the tasks. Okay. So the hook should okay, so that explains more. My hook was probably too simple. It was just like, like refer to the Claude MD file. But it sounds like what you're saying I should make it more detailed like, you know, to make sure it only refers to like the parts that are relevant to what it's working on at the time, I think is kind of what you're saying. The meta setup of Claude Code is what puts it leaps and bounds ahead of the competition. Yeah, and that's definitely what I'm working towards. I want this to be all as like professional as possible. Um, I don't want to make, if I was just making like a tool that I was going to use for myself, it probably wouldn't matter so much, but I'm making something that, is going to have people's like it's a legit business and it's going to be like, people are able to, purchase plans and stuff like that. So I need to make sure security is professional. Everything needs to be professional, and I don't want to cut corners. And the more I use it, the better I get at doing stuff like hooks and the correct MD files and everything. But yeah, definitely still have some ways to go, even though I made a lot of progress. Um, so if you had to say something is to have the conversation with Claude from an exploration point of view, like, hey Claude, what Claude Code docs would streamline our life if you had to compare it to the work I've been doing? Create a plan. Oh, okay. I almost feel like asking it that right now. That's a good idea. Just going to have it commit these to GitHub, and then I'm going to ask it if it thinks that there's any more docs that would streamline my life if I had to compare it to the work I've been doing. Awesome. Yeah, we'll see what it thinks. That is a good prompt, man. You're coming through today with all the like the next step valuable information. Like it's always somebody different every day. It seems to be just like comes through with the right information for me at the right time, and yeah, definitely very appreciated. So making progress, and to increase the chances of it finding the right stuff, add in there that you're specifically considering MCP servers and hooks and skills. Definitely awesome. I have a question for you. I'm wondering from an exploration point of view, what Claude Code docs would streamline my life if you had to compare it to the work I've been doing. And I'm considering specifically things like MCP servers, hooks, and skills. I already did one MCP server for Stitch, and I'm sure I will do an API for at least one finance service. Sounds like crypto. I don't need an API. All that information is free. And then I plan on doing an API for an LLM for the coaching part of this. But let me know what you think. Awesome. I would have never thought to ask it that. Water, cheers to that. Water is the key. Yeah, I've always trying to drink fresh spring water. That was one thing from well actually like I've always been like drinking a lot of water. Um I've always been like athlete and spent a lot of time in the desert, like doing like crazy mountain bike rides through the desert and through the like high elevation and snowboarding and stuff. And yeah, I've definitely gotten very dehydrated before. I know how important water is, but investing was really where I learned like more of the mental side to water, because if you're even a little bit dehydrated, your your like ability to make decisions is like maybe like 80% or like 50 to 80% of what it usually would be. So like when it comes to investing, like making sure you're properly hydrated can be a huge difference between like making money and losing money. Cause like most people like walk around like all the time like dehydrated, even if it's just a little bit. It's really rare that I see people that, well, at least because like right now I'm in the Midwest, but like most places, no. But like I know like when I'm in the mountains or like in the desert, like everybody's carrying around water. Everybody understands that for the most part. But yeah, depends on where you're at, I guess. So, anyways, enough about water. Water is vital, just like the ITIL. So let's see, what does Claude think? Claude MD. Okay. Got hooks. That's major too for the hooks, that it has a hook for not going into the .env or MCP JSON. That was totally, of all the stuff it's about to do, that one thing right there is totally worth it, just doing what I just did. So yeah, crypto data, free LLM, Claude API for coaching. Skills. This is where I want to know more about. I understand what skills are, but I haven't used any yet. Skills are commands that you create given the pattern in this project already. The most valuable ones would be new feature, scaffolds, a server action, commit. It's already a built-in skill. Update docs, updates context MD with current sprint status, then commits. That's cool. That's awesome. This is asking, do I start with the Claude MD? I would say yes. Yes, I would like you to start with the Claude MD. There's a few more things that I would probably add later, but they're not necessary right now. So just start it with everything you have now. As for the other stuff, everything you were saying looks pretty good, except I don't want you to like choose any kind of like API for stock or crypto data because I don't know which one I'm going to use yet. I want to build out more and then decide the best one based on what I build. And then for the LLM, I'm pretty sure I'm going to use Claude, but I'm not 100% yet. So don't specifically wire any of those things for any specific service because I'm not sure which one. But yeah, go ahead and start creating this stuff. That's awesome. So another thing is once I start playing with the meta of Claude, there's going to be new issues like continuous cat and mouse process. So at times you've had improvements that really broke your workflow badly. Yeah, I've seen that happen too. It's got it stuck in like a loop, and I've had to like I added stuff that I thought would make it easier, and it just made it more difficult. So yeah, I think I don't really know. I haven't used it enough to like know what things are gonna like be more difficult. I think the best thing to do is to just add rules like one at a time. And I'm glad that it only is like making a these MD files, it's making them like really basic from the start. So I can just try it right now and pay attention to what it's doing, and I'll know like because I'll know it's only doing like each file is only doing maybe like two or three things. So if like one of those things isn't working, it's not doing it or it's causing problems, then I'll be able to pick it up. Whereas like if I had like built a Claude MD that's got like 10 or 20 different rules in it from the start, I think that could be cause some of that stuff to happen probably. But yeah, good looking out. That's definitely some good advice. All right. Claude MD is live. Tells it to cross-reference all the other MD docs. That's awesome. I'm not sure if it did the hooks and the skills. Did you also create the hooks and the skills? So in your opinion, here's a good time to audit the current project. That's good to know. Yeah, because I'm like, I haven't even really built anything yet. But yeah, this does make sense. I've done a lot of stuff that would make sense to audit. Okay. I'm gonna ask Gemini double check about some of this stuff because I'm not familiar with some of this stuff. All right, I just created the basic part of those documents. I asked Claude about creating some more documents that would help, and it went and created a Claude MD with a few things to start. And now it's talking about creating some hooks and skills. And I'm not really sure about some of this stuff, so I'm going to paste what it's talking about creating here. And I just want to get your opinion on, just to make sure everything looks good, that I should be adding it. Yeah, this is so awesome. Like, I feel like so many things about this is really just like money. Like, I'm so blessed to be able to have this opportunity because I've never heard of, up until recently, like the people that have started these like challenges before me. Like, people were only making like individual YouTube videos. I've never heard of or seen anybody like build almost the entire business like live. Like, the only things I'm really leaving out are like minimal research stuff that I think would be really boring and would take a lot of time to do, and of course like the security stuff. But for the most part, I mean, this is me like documenting an entire building an entire business out. And like there's so much I can do with vibe coding for building the business, not just building the actual like site, but like building the whole business system, like the CRM, customer relation management, building the marketing team. Like, I'm basically going to be building like AI employees. Like, I'll build this all out so it's custom for this business. And so like all the employees can communicate with the actual site, the hub. Like, it's just autopilot for the marketing for the most part. I mean, like, I want to build something that, because like I'm like, my background is business, so I understand like how a business needs to be set up. So I feel like I'll be really good at like creating the business parts, and like I'm like having so like really awesome ideas. I can create like a marketing department that can like analyze itself and get better each week with like better content, see what's working. And the CRM can like, look at the customer path and like automatically tell me, like where the customers are going, where they're getting stuck, give me suggestions. I mean, there's just so much I can do to like, and I can set this all up with Claude, with all these different agents, and then show everyone else how they can do the same thing basically for any idea, just to like follow my lead and look what I'm doing and how possible it is. And yeah, the future is just looking so awesome. Like, I'm so excited, like building every day. Like, this is fun to me. Like, yeah, I'm definitely keeping doing this. So, did I ever try out? I'm just noticing the comments again. Did I ever try out the MCP sequential thinking server? Literally the most used MCP. It sounds familiar. I don't think I did. Um, I think I've heard that in regards to being compared to Perplexity. So, yeah, sequential thinking server. I'm going to take that note down for sure. that might be the second time I made that note. Probably not today, but I feel like yeah, it does. It just definitely some like deja vu right there. Like I did that before, but um, no, some of the notes I end up getting through at the end of the day, and some of them I just have to take a screenshot with my phone, or I mean, screenshot. I just have to take a picture with my phone and get to them later because like some days that whole board gets filled up with awesome notes of things I need to check out. But yeah, definitely gonna look into it. So would it be unfair request for you to ask Claude to set it up for you, then restart, then get it to do something using sequential thinking? No, that's awesome. I just don't understand what it does. So let's see. I think let me finish what I'm doing right now and do the audit, and then I'll do that. So yeah, getting back to where I was, it was checking about those hooks and skills. Claude is officially trying to turn your VS Code into a super IDE. What is proposing here are automations, hooks, and custom command skills. This is very cool. But as a founder on a 30-day clock, you have to balance cool tools with actually building. Here's the breakdown of what those things actually do and Gemini's honest take, whether you need them right now. So it says keep all the hooks. It says don't do the new feature skill though. Okay, I see. Awesome. So I will have Claude implement everything except for that one skill and do an audit. Then look up that sequential thing and first I just yeah, see what it does, how it works. And then I'll just have it build the shell for the I feel like by that point I should definitely have more than enough information for it to build out the shell hub right now based on what it is. Oh yeah, also I need to do that thing where it what were they calling it? Root group, so that the landing page is separate from the hub. The landing page I'm guessing will be like the entrance to the hub kind of right now. And then after the hub is built, then I won't need a landing page. Or it won't be yeah, I'll still have a landing page probably. Or I don't know, maybe yeah, because it would make more sense to just send people to the hub than to a landing page. But I would still use that same I would still need to collect people's emails for when they make an account because it needs to remember them to coach them for the hub. So yeah, I'm sure that'll still like come in somewhere, but yeah, right now it should be separate. Yes, let me know what you think about how the sidebar will talk to the apps. Also, the 30-day challenge part was about the building the apps. The first part of what I'm doing was I built 30 apps in 30 days. So right now there's not a time limit on like how many days it's going to take to build to build this hub out. It's just however long it takes to build the hub. I have no idea. Awesome. Can you create another root group and sidebar prompt? And then I'm thinking about doing an audit before I actually build the shell for the hub. What do you think of that idea? Yeah, they're saying the audit's a good idea. Respect again to the chat. Before I start the heavy construction. Oh, so it's saying do the audit first and then do the root group. Okay, that's awesome. So I should do the audit first and then do the root group prompt. I just realized that I usually use Codex to audit Claude. Do you think it's better for me to use Codex for this audit? And if so, just create a new prompt that I can give to Codex. Yeah, they're saying Codex audit is better. For speed, Claude doesn't have to reread every file, just checks the Codex summary. Consistency, it ensures the sidebar names match your internal function names perfectly. Might highlight which apps are broken or missing key features. Okay. So give this to Claude to generate the audit using your Codex. What? It's telling me to. Weird. Give this prompt to Claude to generate the audit MD using your Codex as the primary source of truth. Oh, wait. So I think it's saying have Claude create a Codex MD. That's weird. Whoa. Yeah, I'm confused. So I'm confused. Like, you're giving me a prompt to give to Claude to basically tell Codex to do the audit. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you just give me a prompt to tell Codex to have Codex do the audit, and then whatever Codex finds, I can just have Claude fix it. So I guess what I'm thinking is create a audit prompt for Codex, and in that prompt, tell Codex when it's done, whatever it finds, it should give me a prompt to give to Claude to make the fix. And then I can create like an audit MD or a Codex MD file with more rules for audits later. What do you think of that idea? That's what I'm thinking is like makes more sense to me, but okay, so Gemini is saying it sees where the I'll just go to Gemini for oh, I see. Yeah, even in the comments you see that it sounds like what it's saying is to get one model to write the prompt and the other model will do the audit. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. Somebody from the comments, I think, just clarified this for me. I think what you were originally trying to do is to give me a prompt that I could give to Claude that will create a prompt to give to Codex to do the audit so that Codex knows what to audit exactly. Is that what you were trying to do? Commenter got it right. Yeah, respect again, man. Every time. Give thanks. Um, the commenter in the chat is a legend. They nailed the chain of command. So I get it. Okay. Okay. Awesome. I'm guessing this is, yep, 43% of context remaining until auto compact. What I understand, I should do it around like 60%. So once it gets more than 60%, that's usually where it starts making mistakes. Yes, the chat is winning. Respect every time. Good to see new people here. Welcome to the show. Chat's always coming through with wins every day, something new, getting me on my way on the path that I'm trying to pursue because there's a lot of things I don't know how to do and they always seem to know. So respect every time and welcome to the show. Building out the business is how it's gonna go. Staying in the flow. Yeah, man, that just reminds me. Guy in the chat was just talking about same guy that helped me was talking about he's only got like 1% left. So I don't know if you're using Claude, but I think I got a at least one free week of Claude Code. And what I'm trying to do is like I've been telling people like for this week basically I'm gonna look at Discord and see whoever has the best project give that person a free week of Claude Code. So yeah, definitely I wanna give you a free week if you need it. Um, if you're in Twitch, so I don't have the Discord link on Twitch. I'm going to gonna paste the Discord link into the chat. And if you're not on Discord already, go ahead and join it. And if I have that free, if I still have a free link for a week of Claude, then oh, I see. You won't be able to claim it because you've already used it. Okay. But yeah, just thought it would help. I'll still paste the Discord link for anybody else that's on Twitch because I don't have it on Twitch. And yeah, go and post up a project. And the coolest project, I think I said that last Wednesday, so by this Wednesday I will give that link away. All right, so I got the got kind of like a prompt from Claude. Doesn't look like a prompt, but it created also it should have created a Codex audit request MD file. Okay. All right, so I just gave Claude that prompt. I thought that it was going to give me like a prompt that I could copy and paste into code, or I mean into Codex. But it sounds like what it did was it created a Codex audit request MD. I'm going to paste the text that it gave me. I'm just kind of confused as to like how this works. It sounds like what it wants me to do is just have Codex reference this Codex audit request, but I'm not sure. So yeah, just let me know what's going on. If like how am I getting this information for the audit to Codex? And what is this new Codex audit request MD? How does it work? Because if it's doing that for every single prompt, I'm guessing over time that's going to be a lot of information on that MD. Oh, so the prompt is in the MD file. Okay. So all I need to do is tell Codex to check the MD file. So like, won't these files pile up and get messy? Yes, if we let them. But here is the ABI secret. These request files are disposable. Once Codex creates the final audit MD, the source of truth, you can delete the Codex audit request MD. It served its purpose as a bridge between the two AIs. What Claude found. So I noticed in the comments there's a VS Code anti-gravity extension to view markdown files nicely. Um, that's good to know. Yeah, I always wanted to try anti-gravity too. I heard hearing more use cases that it's good for. So something tells me anti-gravity is going to be in my future, just like Gemini for agents. All right, so I got to go to Codex. So yeah, if I have Google Pro, I think I do, then like why am I not using anti-gravity? That's a good question. Sounds like I should be using it already. I would get additional free Opus or Sonnet usage as well. Yeah, that's something new to implement. Um, Another note for I know I've definitely taken the anti-gravity note before, but I wasn't. I feel like now I'm seeing like it's more important than I realized. So yeah, this time I put exclamation points next to the note, so I'll remember. Yeah, this bridge is a good idea. I feel like I understand it a lot better now than when it first was explaining it to me, but still, yeah, I just want to see it like work and then I think I'll get it like 100%. But yeah, I really like what I think it's gonna do, and Codex is doing the audit right now. It looks like it just got done, so I'm going to paste what it said to me. Yeah, that's the next thing, digital whiteboard. Man, it's like technology gets so much better so quick. And like for how awesome it is that technology keeps getting better, at the same time it's like, oh man, it's just so many new things that I need to implement and it can definitely feel overwhelming, but just got to work and get moving on the stuff, and once I get one or two things done, then I get in a flow and then everything just goes smooth, and before I know it I've gotten like 10 things done in a day and just need to keep doing that. So whoa, I could even have an AI integrated Twitch chat to whiteboard display on the screen. Yeah, definitely that's cool, but like yeah, a lot of things like I just need to stay focused on like what's the highest like return on investment task. And like I already have like a chat window on my monitors like I don't know, maybe like 2.5, 3 feet long. So yeah, I'm good with the chat on my monitor. Oh, the idea in general. Yeah, that's yeah. Like if I had just like a regular small monitor, then definitely I would be like that would be way more important. But yeah, that would anybody who's watching. If you didn't know, now you know. I didn't even know this either. Digital whiteboard, you can even have it like display like chat windows and stuff. But I could have images drawn based on certain comments I find useful from Twitch. And another idea too, from what I understand about Stitch for the UI designs is you can like give it drawings. So if I could just like draw on the digital whiteboard and then like, push a button or whatever, and then that just gets like sent straight to Stitch to make like a UI. And yeah, you give Claude drawings all the time. How do you do that? Like, do you just like just draw in some kind of like program and then you just take a screenshot and just send it to Claude? Oh, you can just drag and drop it in the terminal. Easy, awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, way easier than I thought even. Um, yeah, I gotta write down digital whiteboard and drawings. All right. Codex did about 10 hours of manual labor in a few seconds. Um, didn't just list the apps, gave me a migration strategy. Thought I already moved the apps though. Oh, I think they're saying move it into the hub. Okay. Whoa, so I'm having to do a bunch of things. That's awesome. So here's the plan. I can just tell Claude to check the audit MD to see what Codex found. Oh, so this is also an audit to build the actual hub shell too. Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe going to be too much, but let's see what's going on here. To do root groups, dashboard layout. Awesome. We'll try it and see what happens. Build fast and fail fast. If this is too much, then I'll learn a lesson not to give it that much next time. But yeah, we'll see. Oh yeah, that's Codex. Got to go back to Claude. I'm wondering if I should automatically context or compact the conversation. Yeah, I'm getting close to like I'm getting above 60%. One more thing before I give it that prompt. I just got to above 60% context in the Claude Code chat window. Do you think I should auto compact that conversation before I give it the new prompt? Just click to compact. Awesome. Yeah, I should have noticed the man. I just needed to be looking at the comments. Instead of I'm like reading all this paragraphs from Gemini, and then I go to the comments, and it's everything I want to know in like 2 sentences. So, yeah, that's awesome. Respect every time to the comments, every time. Massive respect. So, I'm doing the compacting now. Claude's saying once that's done, give it a quick prompt, just letting it know what's going on, and then give it that main prompt to do the builds. Yeah, congratulations! Just hit 100 messages for today. All right. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm not sure if I really need to like. It seems kind of redundant to tell it that, but yeah, it never hurts. I feel like it's only like, probably take an extra 30 seconds. So, um, I feel like usually it doesn't take so long to compact, but definitely rather have it do it. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Definitely rather have it do it now than in the middle of this extra long prompt with extra steps. Okay, so I'll give it that one to let it know where we're at. Yeah, actually, I don't. That's very redundant. I feel like the original prompt says everything that's in that like reminder thing. So I'm not even gonna give it that. I think it'll be fine. All right. So I'm doing the root groups, the dashboard layout, sidebar UI, and the home page. Yeah. All right. This is like the main step, getting the hub built. Like everything in the last kind of 2 days, 3 days really, have all been pretty much prepping up to this step. So yeah, this is awesome. I'm gonna see the hub live, and it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna help so many people thrive and survive. Hey, yeah, GPT. Yeah, I really like the compact strategy. Usually I don't notice it. Sometimes I do. Um, but I've definitely noticed like when I would like go into plan mode and then just do like the whole build at one time in the past and audit at the end. Um, Sometimes it would like compact the context like maybe like 2 or 3 times off of just like just one prompt basically from plan mode. And when it would do that, I noticed like the more times it would compact, like the more bugs there would be. So but the main thing is that they just like 5x the amount of context. So since they did that, like I barely had to context. And from what I've been told and what I've noticed is that when I build through the chat window like I am now, that it takes more context than if I build through the terminal. And also that's why I was advised to do the have the chat mode or have the plan mode, talk to it and create the plan MD, and then just have the terminal build off the plan MD, so I don't need to like use up context explaining anything to it. It can just go straight off of the plan MD. But yeah, definitely looking at where I'm at compared to where I was a month ago. Like I understand this so much better. My workflow is so much more professional now, but yeah, this is only the beginning. It's just gonna keep getting better. So many awesome more things I want to build. And yeah, it's just a matter of time till I get it all done. All right. I hope it didn't freeze. So it kind of looks like saw something flash in the okay, there we go. Awesome. Yeah, I just saw something flash on the localhost browser in the background, and then it just kind of like stopped doing that snowflake thing that's moving around right there. Yeah, the journey. The journey is cooler than the destination. Like that's definitely the right business mindset or like life in general, really. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just building all this stuff out is so awesome, and just finding out about all this new technology and getting to try it. Like it, I mean, like just the pace, like you can't even make this up. It's like the other day, I get to the UI part, and then like I find out like 2 days ago it just like created Stitch, and like it's like the best UI thing, and it's like every time I get to a new thing, it's like, oh, they've just created a new technology to do that even better, and it's like, man, and I looked at when I first started, like there's another side to this whiteboard that I just like take random notes and stuff. And when I was first doing like the research on like what is vibe coding, like what is like coding, like before I even built that first app, I had a list of like things of technology to like try out to use. And I look at that now and I'm like, dude, I know, like, I didn't know what any of those like programs were that I wrote down notes to try out. And now I understand what they are. And I look at it and I'm like, that was 2 months ago. And those things are all are like old now. Like, there's better solutions than those. Like, and like half the list I didn't even get to. And I'm like, that doesn't even matter. I didn't even get through half the list because, um, if I would have spent time doing that, it would have been, unnecessary because there's already a better solution now than there was like 2 months ago. But yeah, it's so awesome. We are in a really awesome time right now. And like I'm telling people, like I feel like my radar is pretty good for understanding trends, especially with technology and business. And I think this is like in my entire life of doing business, like this is the best opportunity I've ever seen to like just take what's capable for like a random average person to do with business right now is the best time I've ever seen. So yeah, definitely still got to monitor it closely. Because you're talking about your repo had a lot of dead code after adding removing a few features over the last couple weeks. You asked Claude to spin up a few agents and work through everything. Ended up doing a great job. That's awesome. Um, yep, things that would take years now take days. Things that used to take hours now take minutes. That's good to hear. Your plan is done and you did it. Sounds like without running out of that context. So yeah, that's impressive. 3 rounds of, and you're still at 99%. Respect. That is skillful. Okay, build passes. Going to give this to Gemini because I'm not so sure about the last questions it is asking me. All right, Claude just finished building from that prompt. Most of the stuff I understand, what I read that it did. I'm about to paste what it told me here. Just let me know for the main thing is that it covered everything that I asked it to do. And then also it's asking me a question about redirecting the dashboard to home so the old URL doesn't dead end and then pushing to GitHub. I'm not really sure what that is. So that's the main thing I need from you is that something that I should do? And what is that doing? So yeah, you're saying Anthropic is just amazing. They give usage like no other on the Max plan. And that's one thing I heard is that yeah, I've never ran out of any window of usage for the Max plan. And but what I've heard though is that with I think they were saying Codex, that if you get the Max plan for Codex, that there is no limits at all. Like you can just get unlimited usage, but I'm not sure about that. But also too for Codex, I only use it for auditing, and I got the $20 plan, and I've never hit a rate limit with that. So, but anyways, back to the browser. Claude just pulled off senior architect move. Awesome, got a new prompt. Basically telling it what it said it was going to do, and also to clean up that audit file. Okay, so with the Anthropic on the $200 plan, you get 50% off token cost. Oh, okay. So it's not unlimited, it's just 50%. I guess it's technically unlimited, but you just pay 50% less. Um so definitely not what I thought. Uh okay, so the unlimited is in the browser for GPT. Okay. Had a video on your recommended of this guy with 12 $200 Codex plans. I had that same video shown to me too. And uh I don't know how you like I maybe it's possible, but the first thing I thought was like I don't know how you would be able to use that many plans. Um Maybe if you had it running 24/7 and like each one was like doing a different task. I don't know, but that just sounds something about that didn't it just sounded kind of like clickbait, I guess. Um I don't know. It's all about setting up Claude to do the work well enough, exactly, professionally, especially when it's like a business and I'm trying to make something that is professional and secure. That was a major part of doing those 30 apps first that were just MVPs was to get the process down because that's like abundance mindset teachings is like do anything for 30 days straight and it'll become a habit. So I got in the habit of just like, getting a workflow good and getting it professional. So All right. I think the more tokens you throw at a project, the better the AI does. It needs to iterate a lot of times. So I didn't even know, like, you can like decide how many tokens that you give it, or like oh, okay. I think what you're saying is like if someone had that many different plans, then they had just have so many more tokens that they can throw at a project. I think that's what you're saying. That would make sense then. So that would make like a more professional project, just just for the fact that you're um have so much more like testing and stuff and auditing and double checking, and I could only imagine all kinds of things I don't even know about. So that's good to know for sure. Okay, so I think I just hit npm run dev. Whoa. There's a ladybug on my keyboard and I almost crushed it. And I was like a centimeter away. I guess that's good luck that I didn't do it. Or even that it's on my keyboard in the first place. What are you doing, man? You must have been in here all winter hibernating and you just came back and now you're on my keyboard. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's got to be a method to the madness. Fat lady's about to sing. Same here too. I just did npm run dev, so gonna see what it does, what it do. And I think it's gonna create something great. But yeah, that's crazy timing, man. Like we just both got done with our projects at the same time pretty much. Or at least not the whole project, but got through everything. This once as long as this works, I guess. Okay, go to 3001. Here's gonna be the moment to see if it worked and what it looks like. Okay, so I think this is like, oh, okay. So there's different routes to check everything. All right, that's just the landing page. Um, check the command center. Whoa. Oh, okay, so this I think would be like just for me or whoever's like an employee for the business. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't even give it instructions. Didn't even know I was giving it instructions to build this, but now I can see how important this is. This just lets me know what's going on behind the scenes. With everything it looks like, and then we got the dashboard. So this is really, I think, huh, the dashboard is really like the main product, I guess. But it's not doing that. When I say dashboard, it's not. Huh. All right. So when I try the dashboard, On the local host, it works. You're saying it should redirect to home? Or no, I'm sorry. Home works, but when I do the dashboard, it is basically just takes me to the command center. So I think I understand that. What you're saying is when I do the local host slash dashboard, that should redirect me to localhost dash home, which is the command center, which is what I see. So what I'm wondering is like, is the command center that is like for like the employees of the business and not for the customers? Is that right? And then like the dashboard is like what the customers would see when they go onto the site to actually use it. Is that correct? Yes, I got it exactly right. Awesome. Built the command center. This is a developer builder view. It's for me doing the build sprint. It tracks the 29 tools, quick wins, blockers, migration, rank. Think of it as your internal sprint board. The customers would never see it. That's the main thing I'm wondering, and that makes sense because that did not look like something that I wanted to build for customers. So what the customer sees is the dashboard. That's the actual product. When a user logs into Investipath, they land here and see their data, portfolio snapshot, market pulse, access to all the tools, coaching, etc. So the architecture should really be home is the internal command center, builder view, dev only, dashboard, the real customer facing hub, what users experience. Right now, the redirect is backwards for production. Dashboard should be the real home, not a redirect away from it. 3 ways to handle this going forward. Keep it as is for now. Use home as your dev sprint tracker while you migrate tools and replace it with a real customer dashboard later. Rename immediately. Move the command center to admin or dev and start building the real dashboard customer home. Build the real dashboard now. Wow. So I have some ideas for the dashboard. Essentially, as far as going forward, I think it's fine right now because I'm not planning on making this live until like everything's done and the security is good. So for now, it seems like you're right. It makes more sense to have that command center where it's easy to access. But yeah, I mean, I guess like you could build the dashboard out now. What I want the customer to see, I think you're saying after they log in, is like yeah, the like a summary of their portfolio. Um Mainly like, where they are as far as like on their path. There's still a lot to this, but I think for right now I just want to get something built to show the stream, but to also like have me start getting better ideas on how this is actually going to be laid out. So yeah, go ahead and just build like the most basic um dashboard now, and then I'll just update it as necessary moving forward. Yeah, so I thought that was gonna be the oh, welcome back, man. How's the project going? Perfect timing. I just got to where I'm giving it the prompts. So what I did was when you were here earlier, I was using Stitch to to get the design for the landing page, I had Claude build out the landing page based on what I made off of Stitch. So the landing page right now is just going to be for like a waiting list for people who want to use the hub. And then I had Claude wire it so that it's like separate from the actual project, because once the hub is built, that landing page will become like kind of like where all the customers put their information for creating accounts on the site. And created a bunch of files for reference like Claude MD, Design MD, or no, the Design MD I already got from Stitch. Bunch of different MD files, did an audit, and a few other like minor things. And now it just built out. I was just showing people. I'll switch right now to the just built out like my dashboard. I thought what this was building was like the customer dashboard, but it built out a dashboard for me or any employees for the business, so that like we can see what's going on, and just kind of like, says like what I still need to do, what's going on with each of these apps. And this will help me like, plan out the build. And then right now this is like the main part of the site because just I'm using it, but like once the site is done, like I'll still be able to reference this. But anyways, I thought this was building like the main dashboard for the site, but it built like my like command center dashboard for the developers and me. So now right now I'm building I just gave it the prompt to create the actual customer dashboard, and it looks like it's just done right now. Um so now just got to go to the dashboard, localhost URL. And here's the moment of basically the last. Oh man. But no, it shouldn't be home, it should be dashboard. Yeah, it's still giving me that internal server error. Okay. But yeah, this is like all the like everything I've been doing for the past kind of 2 or 3 days has been um like giving it the right information to get this built. So just gotta find out what's going on. Alright, so I just copied and pasted that link for the localhost dashboard, and it just redirects me to localhost/home and gives me an internal server error with a blank white screen. So yeah, something's not working. Forgot about that. Can't switch when I'm dictating. When I go to the dashboard, it doesn't work. It redirects me to localhost/home and gives me a blank screen with a internal server error. So something is not wrong. Not sure why I'm not seeing the customer dashboard. Guessing it's some like super simple problem that it can fix super easily. But yeah, almost there. Feel like major milestone. A lot of this has been like been just like, there's so much to like arrange on how this is all going to fit together and flow together. And I feel like getting this dashboard done is really like the first step to like, see how the dashboard looks, and then my mind can start like visualizing and creating the vision to how everything is going to be wired together. Because like right now there's just like a ton of stuff that I wanted to do, but it's hard to really like see it and have that vision until this dashboard is built. Okay. Yep, it was just super simple. It was just the dev server. Um, so awesome. Yeah, I just got to go to a different local host and back. I'm already on the project browser. Okay, that's the dashboard, but oh wait. Oh yeah, so this is the customer dashboard. Yep, which is different. The command center and the customer dashboard. Awesome. So I like this is way better. Like I got what I was gonna make and then something that I didn't even know that I needed, that I didn't even tell it to make, that is like super awesome. That helps me a ton is this command center. So the command center and the dashboard are set up very similar. The command center is for me telling me what I need to do, but this is like what the customer would see. So this is all going to be like fake data right now. I haven't given it any APIs yet. Uh, Telling people their path. Yep, one of the most important things, the AI coach part. Got the tool. Oh, that's I really like that how it glows when I hover over it. Um, Probably this stuff is just going to be blank. Yep. Wow. Then we got all the tools. It's all going to be blank, but scanners, analysis options, research, risk, markets, education. Of course, all this is going to change. This layout will probably change over time, but this is really awesome for my mind. It really gives me something concrete to use the plan off of because yeah, like I was saying, it just felt pretty overwhelming knowing like everything I wanted to do and really just got to start building because all I had really from I've never built anything like this before. This is all new to me and all I really had was just the knowledge from building those apps. And I had the vision, but it was like still a lot needed to be done. So I planned out the first few steps that was basically leading to just creating the dashboard. Now I've got the dashboard created and it's basically like back to plan mode. Um I'm guessing the next step is going to be really just getting everything arranged, knowing how I want everything arranged on the dashboard and how then like wire it all together, how it's going to work, and then wire together the coach. And this is all coming together quick. So that's awesome. Um, so just saw the comments again. Probably another good idea. Just had an idea. Not sure if it works the same, but ask user prompt method of choosing the path with Claude might give you the relevant choices you would like to make. Seems like there's a bit of mismatch between what you imagine versus what it goes and does. Uh, Not really sure what you're saying. The ask user prompt method of choosing the path with Claude. Um, yeah, if you could expand on that, because I'm not really sure what you're saying. I'm sure, I bet you Gemini would probably be able to help. But let's see, what do I want to do right now is probably do another audit, I'm guessing. All right, so both the command center and the customer dashboard are up and they look good. Definitely, I'll have a lot of changing to do and a lot of stuff to add, but I mean, I really like what I see so far. I like how I use the same style. Um, let's see. So I'm thinking about like what's next. I guess from what Claude is saying is that is saying now I should commit and push, and I'm wondering if I should do another audit. So in the comments, when making a plan for a new feature, discuss a bit with Claude, then it generates the plan. Yep, select the plan MD, then ask to fine tune the plan with ask user prompts with one issue at a time. Okay. Then it walks through the main points of the plan, tells you what it's going to do, what it recommends, and what other options you have. Then you also have an option to discuss each point deeper in an organized manner. Um, okay, yeah, it makes more sense, but like, ask user prompts, I gotta find out what that is. I'm guessing it's just like looking at what the users of the site do to like figure stuff out. But yeah, once I'm done with the pushing it in the audit, I definitely want to look into that more. And I got another comment. Good to see you in the chat. Massive respect every time. Hope you're doing good. Which API am I going to tap into to get the data for my site? I'm not sure. I've tried like, um, well, so for crypto stuff, I won't need an API. That's all free. But for the stocks, I've tried pretty much every major stock API for the free version. And there's a few that I definitely like more, like FMP. Um, I think Polygon was one of them. Uh, but I'm not sure. I know them all pretty well by now. At least they're free tiers, and I think I'm gonna do it with mock data first, and I'm gonna wait till it's all built out, and then I'm going to decide on the API because I want to make sure that Claude knows everything that needs to be done with the API before I actually select the API, and I'm gonna have it give me like its recommendations on like the best API for my specific situation. And mostly I in the past I would have the LLMs tell me which APIs to use, and I found out that that wasn't the best idea because it would recommend an API. I'd build out the project, and then it'd find that like now it understands certain things. It was actually a better API, and it wasted a lot of time to go back and like change the API and everything. So also, what I learned is like from what I understand, professional developers usually build everything out in mock data first, and then they hook up the API last. So that's the reasons I'm doing for the API. So and then back to the comments about the user prompts. When Claude gives you a set of options like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you select yup. It's like build your app multiple choice to like where it interviews me to ask me yup. Like usually it does that before plan mode. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So I should have it. I think because like right now I'm not in plan mode, but I'm guessing it automatically does that when I'm in plan mode because it seems to always do that in plan mode, but not in this like build mode that I'm in. So I'll just remember to remind it to do that in plan mode if it's not doing it. So yes, push and commit now. All right. Oh, and you're saying it's powerful after a plan is made. So yeah, I never had it ask me questions after, only like before it made the plan MD. But yeah, I definitely got to take a note for that. Yeah, man, you're giving me like pretty much all my good ideas today for stuff to implement and check out, man. Respect. That's respect right there. So yeah, hopefully I'm providing some value to you in something that I do, whether it's like the business or the mindset stuff. But yeah, that's like abundance right there. Like feel like you just go about, providing as much value as you can without expecting anything in return, and it'll just come back to you like the karmic forces of the universe. That's how they work. All right. So it's pushed, saying don't do. You just did a structural audit. Doing another one right now would be stalling. You'd be auditing the plan instead of building the product. The founder move is to move into the migration phase. You have 6 quick wins and all the different tools. Instead of auditing, you should pick one and move it to the hub. Okay. So it's saying to do redirect, commit and push, which I already did, and preparation, look at the audit MD, create a new file, migration guide MD, that outlines the 5 steps we need to take to move any legacy app into its new home in the dashboard tools route. Okay. Once that's done, we're finished for the day. No, I tell you when we're finished. You work for me, not the other way around. Gotta keep telling AI that I run AI. AI doesn't run I. It's always trying to tell me what to do. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it's like what I want it to tell me what to do, but then other times it's like, no. But anyways, okay. Just gonna give it this prompt and get rid of the part about uh pushing, because I already did that. Wondering if I should even do that redirect, because it's so much easier right now to see the. Yeah, I don't want the dashboard to go straight to home right now, actually. So I'm just having it right now. I'm having it create a migration guide MD to have the steps I need to take to move the apps. Okay. Got to scroll up on the comments. Awesome. Yeah, glad I'm creating value. Um, so I see what I missed. All right. So yeah, this guy's wondering if this person um is wondering if Claude capable to check for input sanitization, and saying yep, yeah, it should be able to. Claude is more capable than humans given the right set of instructions. Who tested it? You'd like to read about their methodology to see how good it is. About Claude in general, or about input sanitization? I see. About input sanitization, you want to see its error rate or hallucinations rate. And this guy's saying like he feels like all those metrics are gamed, so you can't really go based on what it's saying. Claude makes loads of mistakes, but there is a load of additional tools to use that can target a problem directly. Okay, I think I get what he's saying. And I didn't even know what, I had never even heard of input sanitization, so I definitely want to, might as well just ask Gemini right now. Just push and commit this to GitHub, and I will start the next part later. All right, so I gotta read about input sanitization. Somebody in the comments was talking about input sanitization. Can you tell me what that is? They were talking to it in reference of they were wondering if Claude could do it. And some person was saying that it could and it's better than humans, but basically like the metrics that it would give um, are maybe not accurate. But yeah, just let me know like more about this, what it is, and in regards to what they're talking about. Yeah, progress made today. Did everything and more of what I was planning on doing. So yeah, I had an original plan of 9 steps, and I probably did like 15 different things today. So yeah, that's progress right there. That is getting there. Over here, over where, over there. Only one place to go, and that's there. Classic developer chat debate. When people talk about input sanitization, they're talking about the security guard of your application. Whenever a user types something into your app, like their email or you're on the new landing page or a ticker symbol in the dashboard, that data is untrusted. Okay. Sanitization is the process of cleaning the data before it touches the database or the code. If you don't sanitize, a hacker could type code into your email box that tells your database to delete everything. This is called an SQL injection or XSS attack. Can Claude do it better than humans? The person in your comment has a point, but there's a catch. Why Claude is better? Claude is a master of edge cases. A human might forget to check if a user typed a script tag, but Claude can instantly write a regex, a pattern matcher that catches 100 different ways a hacker might try to break in. The metrics problem. The other person is right. AI can be overconfident. Claude might tell you this code is 100% secure, but it doesn't actually know that for sure. That's what I'm learning. It's just predicting the most secure looking code based on its training. It doesn't test the security in the real world. How this applies to Path. Since you're building a waitlist right now, you have one main entry point, the email input. We need to make sure whether whatever is typed into that box is an actual email and not a piece of malicious code. Because I'm using Next.js 15 and server actions, a lot of this is handled for you automatically. Next.js is very good at escaping dangerous characters. So for a landing page, standard sanitization is plenty. When I ask Claude to write the final resend logic, I can just make sure to tell it to sanitize the email input using a library like ZOD or basic regex to ensure we aren't accepting malicious strings. ZOD is the industry standard for this. It's like a filter that only lets the right data through. So I got the shell, I got the docs, and now a good security guard plan. Yeah, sure. I just pushed and committed to GitHub, but I guess it won't hurt. If you think that would help for security, why not? Give me that prompt and I will give it to Claude. Also, I noticed another thing in the comment. There's an entire market of plugins that literally scan code for any security issues. That's good to know. Um, Plugins to scan code for security issues. All right, so just doing this quick security update for the landing page. $200,000 tokens and still at that 99%. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna check right now, see what kind of usage I've done today. All right, it says I've used 2% current session and 0% of the weekly, so that doesn't make sense. I'm wondering if Claude, its usage in the settings, if that automatically updates like as I'm working, or if it's got like a lag, because sometimes it just doesn't make sense. Like, how could I have only used 2%? I guess that maybe makes sense for 2% of the current session, but then 0% of the weekly session. That doesn't make sense. And I already used it a little bit before this. I don't know. But yeah, something I just wonder about that probably doesn't even matter. All right, so just did that security thing. That oh, it's at 100% and it's still going. Yeah, I've seen it do that before. It's like you hit 100%. It's like the gas tank gauge in the car. Like, it says it's on empty, but you're still driving, and it's like doesn't actually run out of gas until like it's like past empty, and then you can still drive a little bit or something. So yeah, I definitely notice that sometimes it'll be at 100% and it'll just keep going. But yeah, I did that security thing those guys were just talking about for the landing page. That's awesome. All right. Sometimes I type and I'm like, wait, why am I typing? That habit is still there. And it's like, I shouldn't be typing at all anymore. Oh, awesome. So yeah, I'm gonna check my GitHub, make sure the files are updated. Yes, they are. All these new files too. All these new MD files. Git ignore, prettier RC, Claude MD, design MD. Um, yeah, all kinds of awesome stuff. Oh, so yeah, I noticed in the comments you still prefer typing. That's about the only vibe coder that I've ever heard of that still prefers to type. Yeah, I was typing until about a month ago, and I've just been slowly typing less and less. But yeah, I'm guessing big part of it is what do you call it, when your dictation doesn't always get a lot of those technical words right. Um, so yeah, you barely used voice then. Okay. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Just like investing, like everybody's got like their own like different everyone's brain works a little bit differently. Everybody's got like certain like strengths and weaknesses in certain areas and certain like workflows and stuff they like to do. So like that's a huge thing for like this InvestaPath site is like, no two investors are really the same. And I'll have a coach that is wired into like basically like train people over time and see how they invest, and it will recommend them paths that will go down that is more about with their mindset and their workflow. And that's all about like, I wouldn't say the end goal of the site, but the like one of the like the biggest, I guess you would say, from a business point upsell of the site is to build a custom trading bot that is basically like trades or invest exactly how the person would, that would be best for their style, with the point of that being that if someone were just built like a trading bot that wasn't custom, they wouldn't understand how it works. And even if they understood how it worked, it might not be best for their style. So for them to like make it better over time, it's going to be difficult, and it's going to be not optimal. So if I can have this, so this site trains people how to invest better and learns their style and coaches them how to get better on based on their strengths and weaknesses, then builds them a custom trading bot based on that, gives them a place where they can test it with fake money and improve it, and then put it out there with like some real money, and then come back, see what it did right, see what it did wrong, and just like make it better over time. I think that's money right there. I think that's going to be like the future of finance right there, is like people will just be able to like have custom investing bots, like doing investing how they would invest themselves. And that's where I see it going. Um Back to the comments. He noticed simple, or you noticed for simple changes sometimes AI can take long because you have to describe the change in more detail than just fixing it manually. Yeah, I've noticed that too. And it doesn't make sense. Like some things you would think it's going to be so easy, and it turns out to just like take forever. And I'm wondering if it's frozen. Like, why is it taking so long? This was so simple. I just did something that was like way more complex, and it did it like super quick. Yeah, AI is definitely not consistent. Even with the LLMs, like one day the chat window just flows and like it does everything right, and then like the next day, like maybe a new chat window or something, it just like it's like it never talked to me before, and it's like having me do all these like extra steps and taking me down the wrong path, and it's just super weird. I think a lot of it comes down to like updates, cuz this stuff is like getting updated like, who knows, maybe like if not every day, like every week. And I noticed that from just using the LLMs heavily. Like that was the main reason I switched from, like I was like exclusively using GPT, and then GPT had these updates and it just was not the same, and I just did not like it that much anymore. And then I found out about Claude, and I probably never would have even gone to look for another LLM if it wasn't for those updates just making it like take too long with certain things and stuff. So yeah, I found Claude, and then yeah, and then I was like, I barely even use GPT anymore. But you hope OpenAI burns to the ground. Why is that? I've heard definitely some things. The main thing I've heard about OpenAI being that they're not really respecting users' privacy, and what was the other thing about OpenAI? Sounded like they were doing something in regards to like working with oh yeah, that Larry Ellison guy and his business with his son, that they're trying to like basically control every media site. And I think they bought OpenAI, or they're working with it to get, basically they want to get like everybody's data and information and probably use it in not so legit ways. But oh, and then yep, the weaponization. They let the Pentagon use their AI. What do you call it? OpenAI did, and then Anthropic refused. And I saw that. And Anthropic, I even watched the interview with the creator of Anthropic, and he was saying why he refused. And he was like, "Yeah, I was telling the government like I know this stuff better than you guys. I designed this, and it's not ready to be used in a context of war. Like it's not perfect. It could make mistakes." But the government wasn't having it. They were like, "No, we want to use it." And then they were trying their like, trying to like, put pressure on them, like doing their like stupid little intimidation tactics that they think makes it, like when people try to like do that intimidation stuff, it's like massive signs of weakness. Like good leaders should not have to intimidate anybody. Like this is like going back to like the Tao. I like to talk about like the Tao for like mindset, abundance mindset stuff. And the Tao came out. The Tao was written like ancient times, a very what sounded like a very similar time. And most of the Tao is about like not trying to control people, not trying to use force against people to control people, trusting in people's like inherent good nature, not trying to start wars, to always like push for peace, and to just let like the universe kind of control the flow of everything. Like that's not up to people. Like that's a lot. Some things are bigger than like individual people. But yeah, that's, I agree with you guys there 100%. That AI, I mean, war. Like first off, like I think war is like never the answer. Love is the only solution to any problem. War is only going to make things worse and just lead to more war, more violence. And yeah, putting in AI that's just so new. I mean, we've only been using this stuff for like 2 years, and they're gonna trust it to have weapons that could like end the entire creation, like nuclear. Like no way. Like I'm glad Anthropic did that. So so yeah, you saying oh, I remember you from before. Yeah, welcome back to the chat. Respect. You wouldn't say the Tao is abundance mindset. I hear you. Most of it, probably not. In some ways it is, I think. But the rest of what I said about the Tao is generally true. Yeah, definitely. I see what you're saying 100%. Yeah, it's definitely not like directly abundance mindset, but I think some of the stuff is definitely overlaps with a lot of the abundance mindset teachings. But yeah, for the most part, I don't think it was written to be like a guide for abundance mindset. I think it was written more for like a guide for leaders to govern people better in a way that's not like controlling and forceful. About not having possessions or holding on to things, which is, yeah, I see that there. Yeah, because abundance is in a way, yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. Um, but right, can anything ever be 0%, and can ever anything ever be 100%? Exactly. It's all like a balance. Um, so yeah, it's all definitely like, in some ways it is, some ways it isn't. But I see what you're saying. I think as far as like not having possessions and not holding on to things in a way that goes past abundance, but also abundance is more about like, a flow with the universe, that like the universe is always like trying to provide for everybody, and that there's enough for everybody so people don't have to like fight each other for resources, because the universe will always provide. Um, Taoism isn't really a flow with the universe though. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So yeah, it definitely sounds like you understand it better than me. I've read the Tao a few times, so like I don't have that good of an understanding. But yeah, thanks for correcting me because yeah, you're like teaching me right now. And I know the reason I was originally talking about the Tao in the stream because I was talking about different what I would call like master teachers that teach about abundance, and one of them was Wayne Dyer. And Wayne Dyer like wrote a book kind of like his translation of the Tao, and that's why I was like originally talking about the Tao as abundance mindset. But yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Um yeah, what would you say like, so like what would you say is uh the main like teaching of the Tao? Like what is the main kind of point like that is that the Tao was created for, I guess. It has many good principles. Part of understanding is understanding Confucianism. Yes, yeah, I've never really researched Confucianism, so I don't know about that. Taoism is a polemic against Confucianism. Yielding is the way of the Tao. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely I think that sums it up way better than I did, and much simpler, which would be how the Tao would do it. The Tao is so simple, it's like simple but complex at the same time. Like those teachings are so awesome. Yeah, I've definitely got a lot of value in my life from reading the Tao. There's a lot of cool stuff there. And that's, I think, I feel like that is the teaching of the day is yielding is the way of the Tao. And it's all about yielding to life and everything like that. But yeah, definitely a lot of good advice right there. Oh yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, no, I appreciate you correcting me because the Tao Te Ching, the book, is different than the Tao. The Tao is like the, I guess you could say like you called it like a religion or like a way, but like the Tao Te Ching is like the book that I read, and the Tao is like the way or the religion or whatever you'd want to call it. And there's probably many other great books other than just Tao Te Ching. But yeah, that's thanks for the clarification. Yeah, that's definitely respect right there. Um so yeah, definitely created everything I wanted to create today and more. For sure this was a good stream, and if you were there today then you know what I mean cuz you saw the whole process of Stitch making the landing page. Um got that extra bonus of the not just the customer dashboard, but like developer dashboard for the site. Created all those MD files. Got some good lessons in security, and no man, it's all good. Like you don't feel any type of way about nitpicking. I do it all the time. Um, Especially with like coding, vibe coding, and building. Just trying to make sure everything's like good. Yeah, I'm always trying to stay open to information. So yeah, respect on that every time. It's good to have you here, and good for you to jump in with that clarification. Like I do appreciate it. So I'm thinking this is a good place to end for today, and hopefully you got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. And there's always going to be new things coming through another day. Technology is always evolving, new problems that it can be solving, just like the world's always revolving. So yeah, just another day, another flow. But I got to go, and you're welcome. Thanks for commenting so much on the stream. that was definitely a lot of good information. So yeah, definitely catch all you guys next time.